on the air, so to speak. I know that I said very clearly the last session that I streamed here that I wasn't going to be rolling any alts, that I didn't want to do that, and that it was important that I not do that because, well, you know, I want to stay focused on a character. But in fact, what I did was roll an alt. So I decided I've never tried Blademaster. I've been killed by one a few times, and maybe I should try a Blademaster. And then I was thinking as well, although this is justification after the fact, leveling here on Celestius kind of dull. Now I know I'm soloing it, so that's part of it. That's my fault. But I thought if I give myself an alt, then I've got the vampire and this guy, and I can switch back and forth when I get bored with one or the other, right? There's some rationalizing for you. Oh, I don't even have to pull these. Yeah, this is the thing. I'm using a sword and I have a mace in my offhand because I haven't gotten a slash offhand weapon. And I helpfully got rid of all the ones that I had before. So I'm hoping one will drop, but nothing has so far. Originally I was going to do sword and shield, and I might still do that. But the idea was I thought I would try two weapon and see how the damage and endurance usage drains on me and stuff like that by comparison. So I thought I should try both without even specking in Celtic Duel. I can look at doing that too. Respecs are apparently easy. But for the moment, I'm actually sword and shield, although I'm not using a shield. Maybe I should be. What am I? I am 8 blades and 6 shield at the moment. So let's try putting the shield back in place of the mace. And then we'll pull a yellow. Let's see how that goes. I clicked on the thing. Oh, this is not going to be a good sample fight because I got aggro. Endurance is a real problem here, but that will fix itself when I get to level 10. I'm only 8 right now, I think. Yeah, 8, almost 9. Because then there's some pots you can get. You can't get them before that. Yeah, no endurance, but hardly any damage. The thing is that... We'll just sit for a moment. The thing is that with evade and parry and dual weapons, maybe the damage isn't all that much different. The extra damage is nice, but I mean the damage I take, that is. Page 3, and there. We don't have a sword yet. Sword drop, do we? Nope, they're dropping everything but. No, we want a yellow. So I'm not trained in the weapon, but I should still do the occasional hit, right? Yep. Yeah, so if I could just get a drop that was a weapon usable in left hand, I'd be fine. But not so much. But we'll average over a couple of fights too and see how it goes. Come on. Problem is, of course, a Blademaster at level 8 isn't really showing off what a Blademaster can do. Come on. Now I'll try to fight against orange. Look at them pull. Holy crap. I fight 1, they fight 12. Really, the answer is I should probably be rolling an animist, right? Figuring out how to do that. Oh yeah, haven't looked at the server numbers yet. Almost 1,200 on right now. That's not bad. Yeah, so once I get a pot, the downtime will be minimal. Yeah. Okay. I know it's a bad test, but my offhand wasn't hitting worth a damn there. So let's swap the shield back. Train after this. What do we got? 19 points. And we're 9, so we can't go higher than 9 anyway. Actually, what if we left that at 8?
Jasonu72 said, You went from Phoenix to Brotherland to Atlas and now to CELESTIUS.
Yes, I did. And hello, Jason Yu. And thank you for showing up there, because it just pointed out to me that I do not have my chat window open. Luckily, it still speaks, but I didn't have chat open. I went from live to Phoenix to Brotherlands 2 to Atlas to aggro. And I had played Celestius before in their I-50 thing. I've been basically trying to all of the servers to give them a fair shake.
Dead?
I don't know. I haven't actually been back there, but they reached the point where they had like 500 to 600 people on there and started getting very heavy lag. It was really noticeable. And then they took away the client, so their main page doesn't link to the client for the game right now. So I figure they think they've got the population they need. Which indicates to me that their server architecture can't support more than that at the moment. And they probably don't want to spend money on it in the meantime, so I'm going to sell off all the junk here. And I had macros made up, but I've forgotten the formula for them. So I'm going to have to look them up again. I'm going to leave that mace.
CELESTIUS seems to cater towards PvP more than PvE.
Definitely. And that might be a major weakness. The PvE gameplay is, well, mediocre. Really mediocre. Okay, no. Now I need to start picking the better mobs. Oh, I can just run in and aggro that, can't I? I'm probably gonna go find better mobs. So, yeah, it's focusing everybody on get to 50, go RVR. And when the games that are popular that are out right now basically let you jump in and play, that may not be a bad thing. I'm not sure quite what I think of it. It is dull on the PvE side, and they have made it even duller. I just don't know if you want more people to play the game, you need to do something that gets their attention. Oh, I should have rested. And I don't know if having to grind a character in PvE is going to be a thing that people really want to do. Now, it's still a grind here. Although we had somebody on who said they were organizing an animist leveling group, and that they could get somebody to level 30 in about an hour. Which is kind of frightening, but to be expected. So I don't know what to say. I'll try Atlas when it comes live, but I think they've gone overboard with minimizing some stuff here.
I do recall the servers was more for 8v8 oriented.
Well, this is what I expect is going to happen. I think that the people that play the 8v8s are going to come here because they can power level a character and get fully templated, and it's effortless. You don't have to do anything really to do that. Not very much, anyway. There's stuff I haven't done that I don't know about yet. Getting these blood tokens and things like that. But it seems like it would be the perfect breeding ground for 8 versus 8 people. Atlas may get all the people that want to play more casually, like the PvE side of things, and want to do some of that too. And the people that want to prey on them. But I think it may divide the community into the people that are 8v8 oriented and everyone else. And in the meantime, they're all here because it's the only place you can play. But we'll see what happens when Atlas comes out. It's just, how long is it going to be until Atlas comes up, right? What was I going to say? I was going to say something.
Towards the end, Phoenix's changes were more towards 8v8 because Zerg fights are a numbers game.
Yes. The problem is that a really well tailored and trained and practiced 8-man can wipe out a Zerg. I mean, there are people that treat this game very, very seriously and want to play on the cutting edge. And I mean, more power to them. Nothing wrong with that. But there are people that want to play it kind of casually too, and just run around and do crap. And I'm not sure that the two get along completely. And I want pots. I don't want to have to sit here doing this just to get my N back every other fight. But can't get the pots until 10, I believe. Oh yeah. Ah, there we go. Now we can try it with a left-handed blades weapon too. That's hitting more often. I'll have to look at the Celtic dual styles as well. So you were playing on live, weren't you, Jason? Were you a Phoenix person and live, or just Phoenix, or just live? I'm just curious to hear. Oh, and have you been playing here? I want to know what you think. Well, this is a big thing. I mean, if you're returning to the game after a long break, and when you show up on the server, there are like 8-man groups that are all realm rank.
Phoenix shutting down wasn't long ago.
11 or 10 or something like that. You don't stand much of a chance, and you won't for the longest time. When a server starts out fresh, if you play regularly, you can stay at the top end of the curve there. And I could easily see that a server design that had sort of, I think WoW called them seasons or something like that, but where everything got reset after a while, that would probably be revolutionary. It would piss some people off, no end. But if every 6 months all the realm points were wiped, not your characters, not your equipment and stuff like that, but all the realm points were wiped and everybody started again, that might mean that anybody who jumps in doesn't have that long to wait before they have an equal playing ground. and they can make what they can of it. Whereas on most servers that have been around for a while, you are never going to catch up. Or at least it's an uphill battle the entire time. And I do think that turns people off. I mean, the types of games that people play now are completely different than this, too. Not that I've played most of them, but you have more people that just jump into a game and away they go. That's all there is to it. They're going to do that game. And the next time they jump into it, they start at the exact same spot, you know. It's not an ongoing adventure. That's the MMO's universe. And it's not... Oh, I've got upgrades to daggers here. The Blade's weapon. Blade's weapon. The one I'm using shouldn't be a problem. Phoenix shutting down. Seems like it was ages ago, but it wasn't really. No, you need to recycle the people.
Zach Vancity, thanks for hitting that follow button.
Zach Van City.
Thank you very much, Zach Van City. Now, yes, it would piss a lot of people off. I know that. I need to tell myself to be patient and remember to sit between fights. But how else do you deal with that? I mean, maybe you make it random. Not random, that's the wrong way. Maybe you make it an achievement. If make taking the relics harder, and if one realm succeeds in taking all the relics from the other two realms, then it gets reset. I don't know if that would do it or not, but it just seems to me that, like, when I go on live, the reason I don't play on live, really, the game is more complex than I like. That's why I like some approach to a classic server. So there's that. But also, my highest realm rank character there is realm rank 5, I think. Everybody else is a disadvantage, and most of the people that I meet are realm rank 9 or 10 or something like that. And I just don't stand a chance. And that is what keeps me away from there. Now, it wasn't a lot better on Phoenix, but I had higher realm rank characters there, and the quality of life setup they had there for doing the realm zone, task zones, meant that I could get to the point where I had at least some defenses so that I could have some of them up at times, and I could perform more effectively. I would have still had to play a lot to get somewhere, but it wasn't impossible. Unlike live. Live doesn't feel very good to me that way. Now, some people obviously like it, but I think that's why there's so many people want a classic server. They evolved the game to be more complex than most people wanted to play. And I actually think that all of the stuff added with TOA and champion levels and master levels and artifacts and everything else, which this server has, is more complex than I want too. Basically, I think I'm kind of the view that they had a good game early on live.
I wish Mythic figured out the RR system better.
Yeah, it was sort of iterated. I think they had a great game at one point there. Mythic did. And then because it's an MMO and they want to sell more expansions and sell things to people and everything else, they over-evolved it. And I actually think that's the reason people want classic servers mostly, is that the game evolved to have too many counters and to be too involved, too complex. And I think a simpler game where, you know, sometimes you are just at a disadvantage, sometimes you're at an advantage, oops, works well for people overall. Now, I got a batch of weapons there. Nothing more sword-like. But I need to sell again already. Oh, what was the... Do you remember the macro command for the sell? See if I can remember it.
/move item sell #bag. Zach VANCITY said, /move item sell #all bags. I think.
I don't want to sell all bags. What I want to do is get rid of that macro because it didn't work and try typing it in again. Thought that's what I typed in.
Jasonu72 said, Phoenix made it too easy to get RPs, although I do like the RVR participation and the task RPs.
If that works. Okay, that did work. So I can make up the rest of them. Sorry, repetitive. Only if I can type. There, okay. There. Phoenix made it easy to get RPs at the start with the task RPs and stuff like that because it got you going. In order to have a fair chance, I think a lot of the time, you probably need to be realm rank 3 or 4. then it's still an uphill battle when you're fighting people that are more talented and more progressed than you and everything else like that. But you could at least have Purge up or something like that, or IP or whatever it might be. The Phoenix system had pretty good diminishing returns on that. If you just jumped on the frontier and you ran around with the Zerg and got killed in each zone and stuff like that, you would get through realm rank 1 to 2, no problem. And 2 to 3, no problem. Really quick. That's fine. You would still get your ass handed to you if you went in a one-on-one fight with almost anybody, but you know, you could do those things and get up there. Then when you started getting to realm rank 3 and then realm rank 4 and realm rank 5, the diminishing returns cut in pretty heavily, and there was no point in doing the task RPs for most people. It was more important to go and actually get into fights and fight people and get the RPs that way. And I actually thought that was a pretty clever system, because it got you out there, it got you through the grindy part of RPs, when you're not going to get them from winning fights because you don't have the skills. You're just going to die very easily most of the time. It got you through that part, and then by the time you do have the skills, you don't get much back from the tasks. Like on my infiltrator, I was, whatever. Okay, if I happen to be in the right zone to get rewarded for it, great. But I got far more RPs out of a fight than anything else. And I think that's probably the way you want it to go. Something like that. Not usable left hand. Oh, I'll keep using this thing. I kind of liked RVR before they added realm points. When you killed the enemy because they were the enemy and that was it. Well, that and of course the kill spam. But I understand why they added realm points, and I like the abilities that you can get and things like that. They let them address some weaknesses in the way the system was designed originally. And give you more gameplay, and that's cool too. But to me, it always seemed that how many realm abilities you had and which ones they were had a disproportionate effect on your performance. As in, they made all the difference in a lot of fights. That means they're a little too important, probably. But at the same time, if they weren't reasonably good, nobody would care about it. Oh, I'll take 2 of you, but I don't want 3. Oh, somebody's taken one of our relics. We're trying to. I think they may have oversimplified PvE. I mean, at the point that they're at here, it's pretty repetitive, very repetitive. Boring wouldn't be an inappropriate description. Why don't they just hand us level 50s? There's no battlegrounds. They could just give us an insta 50 character and away you go. Kind of surprised they didn't, actually, because I thought that's what they were going to do. A couple more fights and I can get some pots. That'll be nice. I'm not sure what the point to the PvE side is here. Except, I suppose, that it does take some time and effort to level your character up. So maybe people get more attached to their character, which was, part of the original design, definitely. But I don't know why Celestius doesn't just have an I-50 vendor and away you go.
You should try Uthgard.
No. No, I should not. No, see, I don't miss the stupidly slow grind. I like the PvE game. I don't mind it.
Big Points said, similar to Phoenix leveling except no BGs.
I thought Uthgard was supposed to be really slow. Like super slow. Did they change that? See, part of my problem is that...
Jason72 said, Hardcore 1.65, Old RAS, Old Frontiers.
Right. And I've heard tons of complaints about it. How
Big
terribly
Points said,
grindy it was.
This server.
No, Phoenix had a bit more variety. Phoenix had some quests. This has almost none. The rewards seem like they're pretty decent for them, but...
Jasonu72 said, PvE on CELESTIUS looks too easy.
Well, it's a bit dull. Yeah, it is. Because the gear that drops means you are always maxed. That's a big part of it, I think. So yeah, it's
Big
easy
Points
and boring.
said, like on Phoenix.
No, Phoenix... I'm not going to say Phoenix was like, totally rosy or anything like that. It wasn't. But I think they did a pretty good job overall. I didn't mind leveling my characters on Phoenix, and I didn't find it quite dull. Now, maybe it's not going to be a problem here. Maybe I'll like this system at
Phoenix
higher level
dropped
more and
templated
stuff.
gear with procs.
Yes, it did. This drops gear that just ensures you are capped on everything. Like I am 9 over cap, 9 over, 9 over, 9 over. None of the other stuff is capped. Your thrust, crush, and slash go up very slowly. They're not very good. But the rest of them are pretty decent. Looks like 16%, and then racials put it a little over that. So 16 and 21. By the time I make it to 50, all this stuff will probably be capped. All this stuff will be capped. I won't have to worry about paying for a template
hey, did
or
you
anything.
get your VAMP 50?
No, I did not. I swore up and down I was not going to roll an alt, and then I rolled an alt. Sue me. I I've never tried Blademaster, so I thought I should try that. No, my vamp is, I don't know, 33, I want to say, or something like that. Um, I just thought if I got bored with playing the vamp, because he's got more leveling ahead of him, that I should have an alt started so I could go switch over and do that. And I've never tried, not, I have tried Warden. That's not what I'm saying. I've never tried Blademaster before. So no, my vamp is not 50 yet, and neither is this guy. I just reached the grand level of 10, which I was training. That's what I was going to do. Now, I
Big
had...
Points said, my first character was a Blademaster. I prefer a Berserker over Blademaster.
Yeah, well, I'll probably end up doing one of those too. The Lord's help me. If I go here and look at Celtic Duel, 0.59 for the anytimer.
Gotta love the bear crits.
Oh, yeah. No. Zerker is fun. I haven't played one in 18 years probably, but I did like it. I'm probably going to end up trying that too. When I went on to Phoenix, I tried a pile of classes I'd never played before, and I leveled to 50 some that I had played but never leveled to 50 before, and I had fun doing it. I like too many classes. So now I'm here and I'm doing the same thing, sort of. I did have a vamp on Brotherlands 2, so I liked it. I thought, okay, I'll level up a vamp here. But I've never tried Blademaster, so I'll try Blademaster. I haven't done Zerker in so long, I might as well have never tried it. I played one right at the start, and then I decided I didn't like it because they didn't have any way to pull. There was no thrown weapons at that point, so the only way you could pull with a Zerker was to run in, which is thematically sound, but yeah. I could respec. I could do Celtic Duel and try that. So let's try respec all. Does it do it? Oh, I have to be
Those
at the
dual wield
trainer.
classes are better with the pocket healer emote.
Oh, probably. Respec all. Sure. Boom. So we want to get Celtic Duel to 8 for the anytime. Oh, it's not the same as they said it was. Opening Nova. How can it have an opening of Nova when there is no Nova? That's hooped. And I'm using their character generator.
Old_school_gamerts said, hey TFG, cool making a Blademaster nice.
Yeah, well, we'll see. I don't know what I think of it. What is... I better
Big
drag
Points
this over
said,
here.
of course here with the gear, their damage output may help with the lack of healing.
Okay, weird things are happening on my computer. Just a sec here. There. Okay. Don't know what happened there. Misty Gloom. Celtic Duel. Squall. Misty Gloom. Okay, so it must be an error. No problem. So we will go 8 with that. Blades up to... No. Try there. Sure.
Of
I want to
course
try
give
all the
this advice
specs.
while soloing a WoW warrior.
Uh-huh. Warrior's another one I'm probably going to try. I think we can go south from here. Oh, no. We can go talk to his nibs. And...
Jasonu72 said, next is Thane.
I have a Thane reserved. I have created a level 1 Thane. I loved Thane on Phoenix. So I imagine I can
Old
do Thane
underscore
again.
school underscore gamers said, MTBM is 50 blunt, 42 shield, and 39 parry.
That was the spec I was contemplating. Although I was thinking blades, not blunt. Come on, just give me this stuff. Thank you. .2, 3.5, 4.2. I don't see the difference, guys. 4.2, 2.8. Okay, sure. Boom. That doesn't look any better than what I've got. 4.2, 3.5, 4.2, 3.5. Oh. Oh well. Sure. Now there was mobs south of here I was going to check out, and they were too high level, so now they're probably too low level.
Yeah, I love it. I make a good tank and still can solo people in RVR/PvP if need be.
And do you think blunt is a better choice than blades or piercing or anything like that? I'm basically trying these classes out to see what I think of them. Well, you guys are yellow. I could fight Bokans. Oh, no, they're yellow and blue. What are you guys? Yellow and blue. What about up here? Blue and yellow. The rule is supposed to be if the mobs are too easy, go south on this server. I am broadly speaking going south. I'm not seeing... Oh, there. Okay. Changelings. Red. Red and orange. Just red. Red and purple. Let's try a changeling. Oh. I hate the stupid short range of a crossbow here, which isn't the short bow as it described. Let's see how we do here. Yeah, I don't know. I would have expected that most people would go with dual Celtic dual and dual weapon. Oh, I'm not doing the right thing here. I am being a moron. I know longtime viewers will be used to this. Anytime. No, that should be the anytime.
Rest,
That
not
should be-
RET.
Oh, I forgot to get the pots. We'll just run back up. Oh no, we'll teleport up and get the pots.
Big Points said, pocket vendor.
Oh, true. True, true, true.
Bishop HC said, good evening all.
Hello, Bishop HC. How you doing? Right. Oh, can't use that. Want to get the heal one, though, too. Okay. Let us go try another red. Okay. My controller was having fits there. That is a stupid range for a weapon. Second weapon is not hitting very often. Really not.
Big Points said, what arrows do you have? They also affect range.
Oh, I have keen-footed flight arrows.
_Gamerts said, yeah, I noticed that also when I tried 2 weapons.
Yeah, it's lame. I mean, I ought to be able to pull that guy there, but the reality is I probably can't hit that tree. Oh yeah, the pot.
Apajim said, by followers, primes and viewers on u.to/1-frgw.
No. I will not buy followers, etc. Papa Jim's. There is nothing more pointless than trying to buy your success like that. Besides which, I want to know that when I show up on stream here and there's people in the audience, that they're there because they want to see me. Hopefully. Otherwise, I'm doing it wrong. Now, I had a bunch of stuff show up and then disappear. Got minimized, and I don't know why. Just a sec here. Oh, everything should be fine there. Oh, okay. There we go. Things are back to my version of normal. At this point, I might as well just body pull, right? I'm trying to see how often I miss, and I know I'm very low level and very low spec and stuff, but how often does the second weapon do something? Okay, it's doing a little bit better in that fight, but... See, the thing I liked about Shield is typically I didn't take any damage. Okay, so we still end up sitting. Well, there's lots of you out there. Hi, folks. See, that's my range. And I bet you he just walked out. No, he didn't. Good. Yeah, we might have to go back to shield. I don't know that the extra damage is that worth it. Although I do like the front style here. So there's that. Yeah. So I suppose I shouldn't judge Celtic Duel until I've gotten enough points in it for it to make a difference. Problem is, I'd really like to have Slam later, right? Oh, let's check the numbers while I think of it. We've still got over 1,000 players total. I know a sizable chunk of those would be bots, buff bots, but it doesn't really matter. Those are still very good numbers. Massive improvement over playing on Brotherlands at this time, for instance. Much as I liked Brotherlands, I should also keep in mind that I'm fighting reds here, which is probably not the optimum experience. Oh, yeah.
Old_school_gamerts said, a Zerkers goes up like 40% more than on BM.
Yeah. I've been ignoring the drops here. Not that there have been that many of them. We'll take that and just drop it in the back here. Move that up. Come on, dude. Yeah, so maybe Blademaster is a poor copy of Zerker? Or Celtic Duel just isn't as good as Left Axe? When I was in the Society for Creative Anachronism, I had a friend who fought dual mace. And he made it look really easy. He was very good at it. And it was very effective. I never quite figured out the coordination to fight dual weapon very well. Although I did like fighting... No, that was still shield. I was going to say axe and shield I liked. Short sword and shield was okay, but you got killed a lot. You can do a lot of crafty things with an axe, though. They'll end up sitting a lot. Okay, old school gamers. Are you playing on Celestius? And if so, what classes are you playing, if you don't mind me asking? Big Point, same question. Bishop HC, if you're here. There's a bunch of other people out there that are apparently watching but haven't talked, so I'm not calling them to volunteer information. I'm just wondering who's playing what and what they think of it here, because each server is going to have kind of a different feel for the many of the classes, I would think. No takers. Too bad. The smell from the kitchen right now is just killing me. My wife is making ham and pea soup and it just smells to die for.
I've been playing on Atlas, BM Bomb Chanter, Champion.
Yeah? What state is Atlas in right now? I haven't been there in a bit. It's still in testing, right? It hasn't gone live. I don't suppose they've announced when they think they're going to go live at all, have they?
Going to be in PvE beta for around 3 months, then be 150 for like 3 months or so.
Right, okay.
My guess live will be around July-ish.
Okay. Well, I mean, I appreciate the fact that they're taking their time trying to get everything right. You would have thought the temptation would be, oh my God, Celestius is going live. We got to go live now. And, you know, that they would be sort of in panic stations there. Come on, aggro me. Thank you. Seems to me like Atlas is going to be seen as Phoenix 2.0. I don't know how true that's going to be, but I will bet that more people go to Atlas overall, but that the 8-mans will go here.
My gut tells me Atlas will be a fail. There are already less than 100 people that play on it.
Well, that's because they're over here. But the people could leave here and go there right away too. I mean, it might be a failure. I think it's just that people are really, really wanting to play. This lets them play. And they know their character isn't going to get wiped at a server reset when it goes live. I think a lot of people just don't want to invest the time into something that is going to disappear. So they'll come here, play, and sort of hedge their bet on Atlas by having a fallback. Now, it depends on how many people actually change as opposed to just coming here. Might be that a bunch of people will play on Celestius and just never leave.
Weasel2 said, Atlas has a bit to go before going live.
Hello, I'm Weasel2. Yeah, that's what Old School was saying there. I mean, it's interesting sort of philosophically to see what appeals to people more once Atlas is up and running. Is this going to be enough to keep people happy? And people won't bother with Atlas at all? Or is it just that there's nobody on Atlas right now because they could be playing here, so they're playing here?
Old_school_gamerts said, I think people will stay on this server with their high RR chars.
If people are getting the high realm rank quickly, yeah.
They won't like the sping on Atlas.
No. Is it slow? Is it Uthgard levels of slow? Again, not to want to sound like a broken clock or anything, but
takes around 30-ish hours if ya get groups and D stuff.
Okay. I think Phoenix did it right. And if they do comparable to Phoenix, awesome.
No, won't be as fast as Phonics.
Right. There was another server that somebody was posting about. I have no idea if anything has been done or if they've even downloaded the DAOC server to start configuring stuff. But one of the things they mentioned was, as a solution to the fact that some people like PvE and don't mind leveling, you know, kind of slowly, because if you're not PvPing on a character, when you get to 50, you're kind of done, right? You got to roll an alt and carry on. What this server was proposing was that there would be a gem you would get, and you would not be able to delete it by accident or anything like that. It would be in your inventory or in your vault. If it was in your character's inventory, then you would level very fast. If it was in your character's vault and not in your inventory, then you would level slowly. And that was going to be their solution for the people who want to just get the leveling over with so they can go PvP right friggin' now, versus the people that are actually happy doing this casually, talking to friends in a group or solo or like me, streaming, and don't care about how fast they actually level because they like the experience of exploring the realm and doing the PvE and everything else. And those people definitely exist. The game used to be full of them. So that's not a bad solution. I kind of like that, at least as an idea. I don't know if it will work in practice or not. Okay, I need to keep track of the drops here because there should be stuff coming in. Yeah, there. Sleeves. At. Best. Gloves, I think I have, yeah. So, we need boots. Yeah, just boots. No boots.
Jasonu72 said, "He'll be skipping CELESTIUS but will play Atlas."
Yeah, okay. Fair enough. I mean, I am playing here because I want to show this game off to people. And quite frankly, I get more of an audience when I stream DAOC than anything else. And I love the game, so I want to promote the game, so that's cool. I can...
Helps you get money.
Okay, I missed old schools there. On Atlas, it's going to take time for crafters to get their levels to even get gear or get characters templated. Now, easy gear to get, no easy gear to get, presumably, and all ready for RVR. Yeah, and I originally thought on here that the idea of getting rid of crafting and just handing the stuff out was, quite frankly, stupid. But now I don't think that. I do realize that some people like crafting and don't mind the grind to get there, but a lot of people hate it. And on Phoenix, for me, and I had help, so
Weasel2 said, "Atlas is not going live soon enough before people are heavily invested on CELESTIUS. They should take a lesson from Uthgard."
Well, yeah, we're going to see what happens with that. But yes, I agree. People might get invested here and not want to start again. And we'll see. I think overall, getting rid of the crafting side of things and the resulting templating process and everything is a net gain for players. On Phoenix, I would level a character to 50 and it would take X amount of time, and I soloed most of them or got help with one other person from chat or something like that. And that was all cool. But once I got to 50, then I had to work out the template.
Population is where I will go.
It takes a certain number of people playing on a server to make it viable for RVR, I think. That's a factor of whether or not it's New or Old Frontiers, too, I think. But right now, population here, there's 998 people on at 9:30 PST.
Old_school_gamers said, "Piltz is invested here now and not coming back to Atlas. So I am not sure what I am going to do."
Pills was on Brotherlands 2 when it first came out. Not first came out, it's been out for 12 years. When Phoenix went down, He was there for a bit, too. Oh, back to what I was saying once before.
Jason72 said, it isn't an mop here give it's not an MM.
Yeah. But the RPG's been lost here, too. Almost nobody does that anymore. That I can see.
Big Points said, I think many will get invested here. Especially without templating, they can get right into RVR.
Yes, and I think that that's not a bad thing. I've had at least one, I don't remember who it was, I'm sorry, there's so many people talk, but at least one person in here say that they leveled up, I think, a Shadow Blade, and they never RVR'd with them on Phoenix because they couldn't get them templated because it was going to cost so much. Now, I think you can build a half-ass template and then fix it later, and it works. But people don't like to do that. They want to get exactly the right thing, and that's fine. They wouldn't have to do that here. By the time you make it to 50, assuming you've done the quests and everything else there, you should be about realm rank 2, or maybe higher, I don't know, at least 2. And you don't need to template. You do need to go do other stuff. Yes, and I'm sure that that's their intent. Although
Jason72 said, SV template is easy, but if you want a feather chest piece and weaponless and the cloak with D/Q debuff charge, then it's hard.
Right. Okay. I didn't know all the details. I had a Shadow Blade, but I hadn't gotten as far as templating him, because it was going to cost too much. And the only reason I did get the characters that I got templated is because I had PNA Playswitch in my audience here, and he had crafters on all three
All
realms,
templates
basically.
are easy, only luxury is weaponless and feather armor.
Right, but... And that was the case, of course, because it don't exist no more. But see, that's a thing that's lost here. You can have 3 artifacts here on your character. And I don't know about leveling them or doing anything like that. I don't think you have to do that. But otherwise, you are going to be capped on everything by the time you get to 50, just from the crap that drops. And that means that somebody who's new to this game and wants to try RVR can actually go out and be in the field and do that pretty damn quick, which is good. That's not a bad thing. So maybe the idea of cutting the crafting out is not a bad idea. Oh, look for boots first. Not a boot to be seen. Nope. Everything else is purple. Right. I don't think I need to worry about it. Okay, now train.
Big Points said, most people who want the full PvE experience should probably go to Brotherlands or Live.
Yes. Now, philosophically speaking, the people that build these free shards are building for the RVR crowd, right? Even Live evolved to be for the RVR crowd, which is a whole other issue, but I think was kind of a mistake in the end. But that's what they're building for.
Jason72 said, Live is full of bow towns and people just standing around. It looks so boring.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. And there's a reason why I'm not playing there, and I could be. I have characters that I quite liked. And I have no time for the Bowtown stuff. No, I don't want to do that.
Old_school_gamerts said, I guess only time will tell what happens. I just hope both have a health population for all to have fun.
That's my biggest worry, is that there are, maybe a little bit more than enough people out there who want to play DAOC to keep one server populated properly and the other one won't be. Or worse yet, that there's not quite enough to do 2 servers and the population gets split between them. The problem with Big Points, the problem with going to Brotherlands is Brotherlands took down their client. I mean, I have a copy of it. Last time I checked, it still worked, but they took down the link to it. I don't know if that was an error or if they just didn't want to have any more people for a while. Well, they got used to things.
Jasonu72 said, we need new people to play this game.
Yeah, I know. And that's kind of, well, I would say that's the point of this channel, is to try and spread the knowledge of this game, but that's not really realistic because the people that come to watch me play here are people that have already played the game and know about it. Mostly. I have had a few random people who just popped in, I guess, picking a stream on Twitch randomly and went, oh, this looks interesting. What is this? But not very many, right? Maybe 6 people. And maybe another 5 or 6, maybe 10 people who were like, oh man, I didn't even know this still existed.
I doubt new people will try it TBH. Wish we had a DAOC 2 by now.
Yeah, I know. I don't know what to do about that because this game will run on
Jasonu72 said, that's called Unchained.
Yeah, well, that's the Star Citizen of fantasy MMORPGs. Oh, I didn't actually hit the train.
CU said, CU isn't even a DAOC 2 though, really, let alone it actually needing to release LOL.
And that's the problem. It hasn't released. And
Imweasel2 said, Unchained. That doesn't exist and will never launch.
I don't know that it'll never launch. I have faith that it might at some point. They were being awfully friggin' ambitious.
Watchdog CU said, Camelot Chain. Satch.
But it might as well not exist right now.
Jasonu72 said, maybe a spiritual successor.
Ashes of Creation. I don't know because I've never played it, but
said, it's been 10 years. Their network code and graphics are very old. They would need to start from scratch at this point.
If you're talking about CU, I think that's what has happened, is that they keep updating things to stay up to speed, and then it takes so long to build it.
All that investment's gone to waste.
It takes so long to build it that it's out of date by the time they get it all working. And yeah, you're constantly reinventing the wheel, and you're inventing it slower than the industry is advancing, and other technologies are advancing, then you're never going to catch up. And that's really pointless.
Imweasel2 said, except they have never gotten it all working.
No.
Ever.
No, apparently they haven't.
Jasonu72 said, do you know what the latest news regarding CU?
I don't. I used to keep up to date on what was happening with CU, kinda. and then nothing happened and nothing
Watchdog
happened.
CU said,
So
when Font Guy makes it big, he's gonna fund a spiritual successor. Font Ages of Camelot.
sure.
Old
When I make it big.
_Gamerts said, LOL.
Yeah, when I make it big.
I would play it.
I don't know when that's gonna
Jasonu72 said, well, CU must be a colossal failure.
But it's a very well-funded failure. And it exists in the shadow of Star Citizen, which is even more like over-the-top well-funded, and they haven't produced very much. They have produced playable things, I will admit that, which CU has not. But Star Citizen is another one of these vaporware type things. It's better than vaporware, but they're hurting too. And the funny thing for me with Star Citizen is by the time they get everything that they want to have happening there, games like No Man's Sky and Elite Dangerous and stuff like that will have probably gotten there too.
OD2 resurrected. DAOC resurrected.
If you want to see a true DAOC 2, just do what Blizzard did with Diablo 2. Give the players what they want. The same game with updated graphics. When DR2 launched, it was so true to the original game that they left the bugs in it from the original game. Yeah, sure. Yeah, the thing is, there's no money and effort in that to do something like that. They could do that if they just if Broadsword, EA and Broadsword wanted to do that, and they were to update the graphics on this so that it was more modern.
That's what Blizzard did with StarCraft Brood War before D2.
Yeah. Okay. If they updated the graphics on this thing and they put it on Steam, they'd probably do fine. It would be a successful mid-level title.
Didn't they update the graphics during Catacombs? You currently have it on now.
They did, but how long ago was Catacombs?
Said, hey.
Hello, Arendal. Plays DOC. Welcome to the channel.
Big Points said, they don't have much done on CU. Mark puts out a monthly video, but it's all minor stuff that they seem to accomplish.
Yeah, I know. I have to wonder where all the money they raised went. I mean, unless Mark has a brand new yacht.
Said, Step 1, that font guy streaming. Step 2, hot tub. Step 3. Step 4, fund FAOC.
Yeah.
Jasonu72 said, people ask for refunds, right?
Right. Okay. About that hot tub thing, I don't think you want to see that. I don't think I want to see that. Also, there's no room in this office. You can't see because I've got green screen, but there's no room. Here, second camera.
Watchdog CU said,
you can see I'm kind of cramped in.
Team to fund a new game.
Well, this is the thing. Ashes of Creation looks really promising. It is getting developed. People have been invited to the alpha and have played it. And the guy who is behind it was a big DAOC fan. So I don't know what it's going to copy from this game, if anything, except that they seem to have done an awful lot of... made a lot of clever choices. And I had high hopes for New World, which it hasn't lived up to for me. So now my hopes are pinned on Ashes of Creation doing stuff.
Fan? Maybe I'm wrong.
Well, he might have been a Lineage 2 fan too. I don't know. But if I remember correctly from one video showing some gameplay, he was a DAOC fan too. I mean, if you're building a fantasy-based MMO...
Jason72 said, did you try New World?
Yeah, I did. It's very grindy. I don't like the lack of classes. I can see why they did what they did. I mean, your class is essentially whatever weapon you're using. I can see why they did that, because they've got a generation of people that didn't play MMOs, don't know what a grind is, don't want to know. But it's very grindy. It's had duping bugs. It's had all sorts of problems, and I just basically stopped playing it because some of it was fun, but most of it just felt really half-formed, maybe even kind of broken. And I'll go back to it when that's fixed, maybe. I don't know. Some of that may be, you know, me not adapting to a new game very well. Entirely possible. When you get old like me, you don't like change. I don't mind change. But I think it's actually because they over-engineered it a bit. Oh, boots. Sorry. Oh, look, shiny. Boots. Do we have a medium shield in here yet? We do not. I think they over-engineered stuff. It's like the same thing that happened with Warhammer to me. I liked Warhammer. I had fun playing it. But they kind of minimized the PvE side of things. They didn't have very big maps for it. And it felt to me, and I had limited experience, I recognize that, it felt to me like the RVR stuff was just too over-engineered and trying to make it perfect and recreate the glory that happened with DAOC. But part of the glory that happened with DAOC was that it was a little rough and simple, and the complexity emerged from the content they gave us, emergent gameplay, which is a thing I'm very highly in favor of. And that is the opposite of that, is over-engineering everything so that everything has a system and is quantified and has a correct way to do it and the most efficient way to do it. And that, I think, was the reason that that game failed. And
at least New World isn't pay to play.
Yes, that's true. So far, it's not pay to play or pay to win. And it does have neat things, and I did enjoy it. But in the end, it came down to, did I want to play DAOC or did I want to play New World? And I'd rather play DAOC than New World, even doing this. Right?
Is DAOC in any way close to EQ?
Well, I'm a biased source. I came to DAOC because I played EverQuest, and there were things I hated about EverQuest. And all of the things that I found irritating about EverQuest were fixed, more or less, in the first version of Dark Age of Camelot. It had been designed to be the answer to what pissed people off about EQ, and it addressed those things because EverQuest was the biggest MMORPG at that time, basically. It was huge, relatively speaking. Okay, we can replace that. Oh, I had one already. Okay. Just in case. So EverQuest is still a thing, which I find kind of
Is
amazing.
EQ more popular than DAOC?
No, I don't think so. But I don't know. I haven't gone looking for numbers or anything like that. Keep in mind, too, there's EverQuest and EverQuest 2. And they're both
Big
running.
Points said, I would say yes.
Think so? That was one of the games I was thinking about exploring again. Maybe not as an Ixar this time. Can you do these during battle?
They run seasonal servers that are pretty popular.
Okay. Seasonal meaning you can level for so long and then when the season ends it gets wiped? I'm asking because I don't know. I know there's time delay. Well, wow, there's a lot of you out there. Cool.
Yes,
Hi.
but XP is speed up and other tweaks to help prepare for the large raids.
Okay. So it's got some quality of life things. Like the original EQ was very slow to level. I'm sure it was slower to level because I didn't know very much about MMORPGs. And I was soloing. But it was very slow. Mind you, it didn't have the PvP element, so I liked it. I liked the leveling process. But DAOC to me was the answer to all the things I didn't like with EverQuest, so I never went back to EQ once I found DAOC. And I started on this game on day one of the server, like day one of the game. So I don't really know what state EQ is in. The people that I played with originally, my first guild, were all people that worked for Disney in their kids' games section, which was located in the same building I was working in. I worked for a different company. And I met them when we were on smoke breaks. And one of them was in beta for DAOC. And he'd gotten everybody else hooked on the idea of playing DAOC. And so I found out about it that way and ended up playing it because of that. I hadn't actually heard of the game before this. So I had my first guild was all people I actually knew in real life, kind of, right? I mean, I'd met most of them anyway. And that helped a lot, too, with making me focus on the game because, you know, no voice chat then. It's all on the text speech and whatnot. And you knew who was on the other end of that way, which was kind of cool. The original idea here is I was going to stream all the games that I used to like playing. DAOC was the first one of those. It got a big audience, and the other ones that I liked playing, nobody cared. So I haven't really... It's been sort of positive reinforcement to stream DAOC. But I was going to do Star Wars Galaxies, which I liked as well. And City of Heroes. Why did I start this fight? I have no endurance. Silly me. Oh, idiot. That was really dumb. Do not reorganize your inventory mid-fight when it means you're going to end up switching weapons. Very dumb. The problem for this game is the most popular form of it is going to be a free shard. I have very little faith that Broadsword will ever come up with a classic server. As a free shard, it can't be on Steam or anywhere else like that. They can't update the graphics if they wanted to. They can't add to the game the same way that the owner of the IP can. You're not very observant. So that doesn't bode well for the future of this game. We can play it on the free shard and enjoy it as long as the free shard exists, or the next free shard after this one quits and stuff like that. But it's not going to get improved in any sense that way. That's not going to happen. It can't, really. I mean, I suppose they can tweak stuff, but I don't think we're going to see them adding new classes because they can't edit the client. At least I don't think they can. Well, they can tweak it because they can eliminate certain classes from working. That's true. I don't think they could add any.
Live would have to improve beyond the free shards in order to get people to come back and pay.
Yeah, I know. And there's that little problem of pay. Very few people want to pay a regular monthly fee to play a game. A lot of people simply can't afford it. And that's a bit of an obstacle too. You can't make a version of a game and make it for free as a company. There has to be some way to generate
CELESTIUS
revenue.
said, especially a game without routine updates / fixes / etc.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, there's even more of you out there. Hi, folks.
Jasonu72 said, does EA still own DAOC?
As far as I know, yeah. They own it, and they've licensed Broadsword to maintain
Red
it.
Sledge BLU said, yo, what's going down, saucy thickness?
How you doing, Red Sledge? Haven't seen you for ages. What's going on is I swore up and down that I would not roll an alt. I was going to stick to my vampire.
It's been a while.
And I rolled an alt. So, obviously that means very little. I have altitis and there's just no way around it.
Blademaster.
Blademaster. Never tried Blademaster on live. Never tried it on Phoenix. Never tried it on Brotherlands 2. Know really nothing about it, except that some people really liked it. And then one of the first things somebody said in chat was, well, your second-hand weapon is never going to hit anywhere near as much as a Berserker's does. Which makes me wonder whether or not I shouldn't just go, you know, weapon and shield here. But I'm trying it out while I'm leveling to see what I think of it. Okay, sit. Drain. Gonna be time to find new mobs. We got 31 points. I have absolutely no idea what I'm doing with spec here. Opening return blade. Yeah, I'm not worried about openings. Celtic Duel. 9.
Old_school_gamers said, I would say stick with it and see what happens. Things different here than the other server I play.
Yeah, sure. That's exactly what I'm doing. Opening snow shower. Am I
Red Sledge
using snow
BLU
shower?
said, it's fun. There was a badass Blademaster on Bourse named Lego Luros. He changed a lot of folks' minds about Blademaster.
Yeah? Do you happen to remember his spec? Oh, you're still yellows here.
Big Points said, go sword and board. Then he just lacks the debuffs of a champ. Red Sledge BLU said, no. I was too busy hooping his ass on my Bear's Eater.
Right. See, I'm going to end up rolling a Berserker, too. I mean, how can I do a comparison, right?
Old_school_gamers said, LOL.
If I go sword and board, then I lack the debuffs of a champ. Yes, so why would I not play a champ? I imagine I'm on a different damage table than a champ. I don't see any other major reason. I know I like champ. So there's that.
Red Sledge BLU said, he had my Thane's number a lot though. He had a solid team, before 8 memes were cool.
Yeah. See, I stopped playing this game before the evolution of the 8-man as a concept. And it's probably inconceivable to people these days, but for the longest times, you just, you know, formed a group. You had a full group or you didn't. If you had a full group, cool. You ran around, and then people were not worried so much about having the absolute perfect group with all the right elements. Now, that's a natural evolution when other people were worried about it, and they have all the right bits, and then you get your ass handed to you. But it wasn't that big a thing yet, I guess. So I don't really know that side of this game. Except vicariously through talking to people in the audience who do, and from watching some streams on Twitch. The problem with a lot of those things...
We used to just RVR. Most of us weren't even 50 when the river first kicked off.
Oh, absolutely. I know I was level 18 when I was leveling a Thane, I think, outside Vassedheim. And this line of creatures I hadn't seen before came south.
Possible Clone said,
named
LOL, back in the day if the relic was under attack, you went regardless of your level.
This, yes, but this was before that too. There was this line of Hibernian Invader. And I thought, well, I've never seen that mob before. Wow. And they're like, you know, wildly different cons and stuff. And then I realized they were players. They were the first people on Percival that ever made it across the frontiers. About 40 of them, I think, headed out across the frontiers, and maybe 18 of them made it to Midgard and were there to kill us all. It was very cool. I don't think there was anybody over like 42 or 40 or something like that there. And that was the first RVR I ever saw. I was getting my butt handed to me as I was you know, level 18 and fighting a level 35 or 40 or something.
Old_school_gamer said, keep takes relic raids, and defending mile doors was what I loved doing the most in the game.
Yeah. Yeah. And I liked the Realm Spirit thing where, yeah, relics under attack, everybody suicided out of wherever they were and ran out to the frontier. And that sort of esprit de corps is something that is missing. But it's a factor of having enough people on the server to make that possible, because it was also due to the fact that you could not play more than one realm.
Said, at possible clone, I didn't want to interrupt, you're hitting the nail on the head there. It was a legitimate call to arms.
But it was made possible by the fact that...
Possible clone said, people just don't play games that way anymore.
No, I don't think they do, and it's too bad.
Old_school
it might come back.
Gamer said, don't forget to bring wood when you head to the relic keep LOL.
Now, thinking about it, one of the things this game, CELESTIUS specifically, takes out of the mix is...
Possible clone said, everything is about efficiency.
Well, because everybody is going to have essentially the same template by the time they reach 50, you miss out on the possibility of people coming up with something different, I think. There's going to be less variety. I would imagine that by the time I get to level 50 on this guy, that there will be a standard level 50 Blademaster, and every Blademaster will be following the same pattern, more or less. And that does mean it'll come down to the skill of the player, which is cool. See who's more efficient and everything else. But it takes a lot of things out of the mix and makes it a little less gamey. And that might not be as good a thing as people thought it would be when they were building this. I don't know. See, I'm not taking a lot of damage. I know I'm fighting PvE, so it's, you know, it is what it is. I'm not taking a lot of damage when I fight a yellow con there. So, I don't know how much advantage there is to carrying a shield instead of a second weapon. Yes, and it is good for us alcoholics, definitely. And I don't know about the high end yet, haven't gotten there yet because I rolled a second alt, but, you know, mea culpa. But it takes out a lot of this design, takes out a lot of the checks.
Shield is always good with a melee class immo. If it wasn't for shield, Thane would be hot ass.
Yeah, absolutely. And I really would like to have slam. For leveling, however, I will try this a little longer and then respec back to shield. Just realized I didn't even know what level I was. I mean, I suppose we should all be thankful there is a version of the game that we can play, other than, you know, live. It's kind of surprising that live hasn't died long since. I mean, particularly if EA owns it, I'm kind of surprised they keep it going. I'm glad they are, but I'm kind of surprised. And it would be very easy for there to simply be no way to play DAOC. Yeah, my champion, I went sword board, and I really liked him that way. I found it...
I was watching the dev stream the other day. Made me want to log back in. Old_school_gamers said, yeah, $6,000 a month is not a lot of month for them rich companies.
No, it sure isn't. If that's all they're making, no, it sure isn't.
If I made $6,000 a month, I'd be happy as hell, lol. Them it's like piggy bank change, lol.
Well, possible clone, that's my objection to live too, is that you know, there's tons of realm rank 11s and higher running around out there, and the game is more complex than it needs to be. And I think a lot of people agree with that last part, because that's why everybody wants a classic server. Yeah, if I made $6,000 a month, I'd be happy as hell. Yeah. Oh God, yes. Rolling in money. But we don't have to pay for servers too, and people to watch them, and people to pay the people that watch them, and everything else going on there. If they're only making $6,000, then there's like one person running this entire thing. If their profits after expenses, including wages, are $6,000, then it's still nothing, and I'm surprised that EA hasn't trashed it. I mean, unless at some point of pride for them that they maintain this old game because it's been so successful and it was such an important game.
It said their monthly progid was around $6,000 a month, so I take it after expensing.
Right. Yep. Sure. Not a lot.
Possible clone said, sometimes I wonder if they have just forgotten it, haha.
It probably is only run by 1 or 2 people.
Big Points said, it's probably only ran by 1 or 2 people.
Yeah. Sorry, my automod blocked you there, Red Sledge. He said, given the way they, I'll paraphrase, screwed it up.
2 devs last I saw on a Twitch stream.
EA may just feel guilty. I don't think EA feels any guilt for anything. Two devs. I can believe that.
On Elk thing the fell guilty about is not making more money. Red BLU said, agreed, but intend to take the opportunity, be a wise ass.
Oh yeah, no, it's cool. I don't actually care if people swear or not, but I have everything set on auto mod to just cover all that stuff. And it's overly restrictive, but that way I don't have to worry about it. Because I've talked to lots of people that play this game now because they played it as a kid because their dad played it and they played it with them. And I like to think that those people now may have kids that they want to possibly play this game. So I just leave the filters on ridiculously over the top and don't worry about things. Well, that's what I was wondering, is if one of the chairmen is, or somebody like that.
School_gamer said, better safe than sorry.
It's better safe than sorry, but it's also me. I'm just being lazy. I don't have to worry about it. Basically.
Red Sledge BLU said, no worries.
No, I know. Okay, this is actually starting to do reasonable feeling levels of damage now. I mean, I know I'm only, what, 11 plus 2 and 11 plus 2 in Blades and Celtic Duel. But it feels more effective. Not huge. Numbers aren't great, 25, 35 damage per and stuff like that, but the only thing is that the offhand doesn't hit that much. Which makes me think I should be carrying a board in the offhand. But I'm not taking a lot of damage, so there's that.
Big Points said, if you don't put points in duel, it will never swing often.
Yeah, I know, and I have, at level 12, I have 11 points in duel. I'm sure there's a break point somewhere in there where it starts to be more reliable. I just don't know how many points it takes. Insufficient coffee and operator. My sleep schedule's all screwed up, so drinking coffee isn't helping, but it helps me stay awake long enough to do things like stream, which is, you know, a thing I wanted to do. Oh, yeah. Now, looking at it here, I've hardly gone anywhere, and I'm level 13, almost. That's kind of funny. I was figuring it was going to be sort of 5 levels per zone, the way they were talking about it. Unless they've got random starting locations and I just haven't looked, and I've happened to start at Tir Urfost for
Red
everything.
Sledge BLU said, same here. I need to take the kids to school here in 6 hours, but I'm still smacking folks in for honor.
Uh-huh. Yeah, so last night I slept for like 4 hours, got up for 2 hours, worked on a font and watched some old TV shows, and then went back to sleep for 4 hours and then went to work for 5 or 6 hours. And then I come here and stream, and then I'm going to go to sleep and probably sleep for 3 or 4 hours and then be up for a couple of hours and then go back to sleep again and then go back and work. Not a good system. And my own fault to a great degree. I also got my booster shot on Friday, so I'm fatigued from that,
Big
which
Points
doesn't
said,
help.
I'm guessing you're outside the US. Most kids don't have school tomorrow here.
Red's UK, aren't you? I don't remember. I'm freely admitting my lack of memory.
Old_school_gamers said, kids here all learn at home on laptops. Red Sledge BLU said, oh crap, Big Points is right. They are off from school tomorrow.
Your kids would have been very unimpressed if you were getting them up in 6 hours. Now you can slap people more. Rationalizing gaming even longer.
Nope, Texas. Time for more honor.
There you go. You ever sat down and had a drink of coffee? Why can't I sit down and drink a potion? Does that make any sense?
Big Points said, Martin Luther King for anyone outside the US that may be wondering.
Yeah, I didn't know. Being Canadian. Canadian and also unobservant with poor memory. Okay. Said for a second. One more fight should probably level me. And then I'm going to go and visit the facilities. And come on. Then train and all that stuff. There we go. Level 13. Wow. I do remember playing when that was a big thing. Kind of wild. Okay, train. You can... No. No, 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 no. Sit. You can train while you're sitting.
Old_school_gamers said, LVL 35 is when it starts getting real fun.
Okay.
360 evade.
Huh. Okay, 12, 12. Fine. Done. Drink. Bathroom. Back in a minute.
Red Sludge BLU said, at old_school_gamers.
Please stick around.
There.
You mean this voice? I have 3. This one?
This one for when I really screw up.
And my regular voice. When Valkyrie tier armor is done right. Yeah. Yeah. I was on Reddit, I think. I can't remember. I was somewhere. And I came across that footage, obviously from Sin City. And it was green screen footage. And I thought, well, hell, I have a green screen. I could apply that and see what it looked like. And then I thought, well, I could just play that as break music. And it'll probably get me in trouble at some point. It is copyright, but maybe not. Who knows? I just thought it's a little more interesting than watching some Furby sit in a field. You guys all gone blue now? More or less? Basically, time to find new mobs.
Red Sledge BLU said, and then, we received Valkyrie in her final form.
Uh-huh. Okay. What are these? Terrible. No good.
Old_school_gamerts said, did you train?
Oh. I think I did. I have 12 points. I could put them into parry, couldn't I? 4 points of parry. Breaker Roan Companions. Sure. Yellow mob is what I see. Come here. You're gross as hell.
Red Sledge BLU said, gonna lurk, holding A is getting hot.
Okay, lurk away. I don't get the holding A part, but yeah, these'll do. Nice thing with neutral mobs. Kind of funny. I kind of miss the quality of life stuff that there was on Phoenix, where I could be gathering something that would just pop me ahead in level suddenly. I mean, admittedly, progress in this is not really all that slow. It just feels slow. And I am soloing on a non-self-buffing class and things like that.
Possible Clone said, grouping is the way to go.
Yeah, I know. I'm just allergic to grouping. Oh, that. Vincent. Wow. It's just ginger ale, but I don't drink pop very much, so I haven't had it in ages. Kind of funny. No booze in there. Oddly enough.
Big Points said, that's while these guys feel better with a pocket healer. So you can fight a higher level and not stop.
Yeah, I know, and I should level up an alt. Like set up a second account and level up a buff bot or something. Oh, I should have waited too. Oh, Valkyrie is actually one of the classes I plan on leveling here too. I really like Valk. It's a neat class. I have one on live.
Old_school_gamer said, I hate when I run out of endo in game and IRL.
Definitely in real life. I got very little right now. Oh, the booster shot, within like half an hour to an hour, I could just feel myself going. And I spent 2 days sleeping badly a lot. And now I'm just doing the sleeping badly part. But definitely running out in real life. Unfortunately, this is not an endurance potion. I guess that would be coffee. Now, the conventional wisdom that I read online, which, you know, we know hasn't changed at all in 21 years, was that it was, if you're going to be a Blademaster, you should go Furby rather than any of the others, because you got just a little bit more damage that way overall. Anybody know if that's still true? Or should I have been, you know, rolling a Lurie or something? Or, I don't know, an elf thrust.
Possible clone said, Firbolg will be bigger damage.
Right.
But I think races matter less with TOA bonuses.
Oh, probably. As far as I remember, by the time it's all done, it kind of evens out at the end.
Yeah, Ferb gives up a lot of quickness.
Yeah, I'm sure. But then I'm Blade, so it's strength-based for damage, right? I'll get on with it. How hard can it be to hit a 6-foot-long worm?
Slower, harder hits versus faster, weaker hits, which may let weapons PROC faster.
I wish I could edit the speech engine, but I can't.
Firbolg can go any damage type cause their STR is so high.
Yeah. I have 148 strength right now. Doesn't feel that high. On the other hand, I'm level 13.
Plus 40 points VS Assault.
Okay. So not to be sneezed at. Oh, that was stupid. I got no endurance. No brain, apparently, either. Okay, sit. I don't think there's anything I need in here in any of those. Oh, and I've run out of space. Well, there's a solution for that. Right, I didn't do the last pocket there. I should.
Oh, hey Sweaty Smile, thanks for hitting that follow button.
Hey, thank
Sweaty
you very
Smile
much.
is now a follower.
Thanks for becoming a follower. That puts me at 407, I think now. 408. Cool. 407. That number is off. Somebody's left and it hasn't updated. But still cool. Much appreciated. Wow, there's 23 of you out there according to Twitch. Thank you, one and all. Oh, none of that crap can be sold. Oh. Right.
Thank you for the follow Franny211.
Yes.
Franny
Thank you very much.
211 is now a follower.
Sweaty Smile said, it can be destroyed though Shift D.
Oh, I know. I'm just thinking that because the stuff you get only matters when you're upgrading, I'll just hang on to it in case I decide to switch my spec around. I could go back to the NPC and get the stuff again, I'm pretty sure. I'm trying to decide if I want to do Celtic Duel or Sword and Board, to be honest. Thank you very much for the follow, though. And Franny. Not ignoring that.
Kinjabretson said, why would you go sword and board on a BM?
Well, because I'm leveling. And if I'm leveling, damage takes a little longer to heal than endurance does to recover. And at some point here, I'm going to be able to get the pots that actually...
Franny211 said, I'm new to the game but I play the same class.
Oh, cool. How are you liking it? And if you're new to the game, how did you find out about the game? You're exactly the sort of person we want to show up here. Also, wow. Kingebretzen? I like to screw around with specs and play weird specs and stuff, and generally ignore the common consensus. And then usually down the road, learn why it was the common consensus, because whatever I did was stupid to do. On Phoenix, I had a champion I really liked who was Sword and Board.
Possible Clone said, TBH Shield is probably more group friendly for BM leveling.
I'm sure it probably is. In the end, I'm also a big fan of the 42 Slam. I know I won't be there for a bit, doing whatever I am now. 13? 13. But it's... I'm probably going to end up playing mostly solo. Because I stream, I don't like to join groups because I am a lousy group mate, right? I might suddenly stop doing what I'm doing to talk to the audience, and then people are dying in the background and I'm missing it or something like that. Probably, hopefully not. I've played the game and other games for ages, but I just don't want to. I don't generally want to group with people. I will group with somebody in the audience from time to time and stuff like that. That's fine. I don't mind that. They at least know that I'm streaming at the same time and can make allowances for that. But
I do the same. If I screw up, only I face the consequences.
right, and I can play at my own pace,
Old
right?
_school_gamerts said, I love my shield spec BM in RVR most the time. I am main guard puller when we take keeps LOL.
Right. Okay. Good to hear. That's actually really good to hear.
Big Points said, depends if you're tank, off tank, or DPS.
And this is the thing, you see. I played this before those roles and definitions came along. So I don't know if I really know what those mean. I mean, I know what damage per second
Possible
is.
Clone said, you can do 50 CD/42 shield/39 weapon as a BM final spec.
And that might be the way to go. But then I'm just swapping out shield when I need it, right? And
Gives you slam but also dual wield damage.
even though you're not using two weapons? What I mean is, specifically, my main style right now is Snow Shower, Celtic
you
Duel.
have to switch.
Can I do that with only one weapon in my hand? At all? Or do I have to allow for that and switch to weapon styles?
CD styles no.
No? Okay. Then I think I'd be more likely to go 42 shield, 50 weapon, and 28 parry or something like that. The only question I have is at higher level with the 360 evade
That's more of
and
a pure defensive spec.
is it necessary to have shield? I mean, on most tanks you want it for some defense and to be able to, you know, guard and stuff like that. But is it going to be kind of redundant between the evade and parry? I don't know.
As I solo on my Zerker right now, I wish I had slam every single time I fight more than one.
Yep. Well, what I tend to, when they offer free respecs, what I tend to do is to swap back and forth and try different styles. So I started off in sword and board, and blades. I could end up being Celtic Duel like I'm trying right now, but then I could switch to blunt. I'd have to look at the styles that I can get, really. What's the advantage of blunt here? Is it like in Midgard where it's lower endurance? If that's the case, it's obvious that the people that designed the game have never gone and swung any medieval style weapons. Because honestly,
Blunt has a 10-second stun as the level 50 style.
well, now that's useful, isn't it? The worst, most tiring weapon to swing is a one-handed mace or something like that. You just kill your hand that way.
I think it's the second style in a parry chain.
Oh, probably. Okay. I'll have to look at the character generator and see what it looks
Old
like.
underscore school underscore gamers said, yep, Harry Chain.
Right.
Possible Clone said, I was trying to decide between BM and Zerg.
Why not both? And then the Alb class. What's the mercenary?
LOL stop.
How's Merc? I've never tried that either.
I already have 650s on CELESTIUS, angry face.
We're here to convince you that you need at least one more.
Thing is, you get a 50 here. Hey,
I
you're
had the week
templated,
off
right?
work coincidentally.
Uh-huh. No connection at all, eh?
LOL.
I don't know. I think if you try Zerker and you like it...
Smobeat said, playing mid for the first time on the server.
Okay. Have you... hello, by the way. Have you played mid before? What class you playing? And hello. Not necessarily in those orders. Or in that order. See, I started on mid, so...
No. Shaman is 50 now leveling Hunter.
Okay. Cool. I started on mid, so mentally to me it's like having grown up with the Imperial system and switching to metric, which also happened to me. I started off with Midgard, so I tend to think of Midgard classes as the default, and then when I go to another realm, it's like, oh, well, this class is like a warrior, only with this and this. Or this class is like a rune master, only with this and this. Which is what I, do with metric. Oh, it's so many kilometers. That means it's X number of miles. I'm more, kilometers I'm better at now. But I still tend to convert a lot of metric stuff to Imperial, because that's what I grew up with. And I haven't fully adapted to metric, like a lot of Canadians. But I view this game sort of from Midgard perspective, and then try and sort of mentally translate into what it is in another realm, which is probably kind of foolish, but it's the way it's working for my brain best. So I really like Midgard classes overall. To me, it seems like Midgard is the way things should have been done.
Possible Clone said, I can't do Albion to save my life. Mid and HIB since I was a kid.
There are some okay Alb classes. I used to feel the same way. It was like Midgard was perfection. Hib was different, but it had some neat stuff, and it was really annoying when you met Hibs. And then Albion
Totally.
was just annoying,
Alb has sweet classes.
but I didn't get it. And then I went on Phoenix and thought, well, I'm trying to promote the game. I'll play all three realms. What am I going to roll for Alb? And I put it off, and I put it off, and I put it off, and then I decided, fine, I'll do an Infiltrator. Infiltrator's amazing. That was probably my favorite character on Phoenix.
School underscore gamers said, my brother's friend had a RR10 Reaver. He was nasty. Take 2 or 3 people at one time.
Reaver is an excellent class. Yes, absolutely. That's on the list as well. Only thing is, Reaver is really positional. Mind you, so is this, I understand. And I am not necessarily all that good at getting the positions down pat.
Smallbeats said, I played Sork when DAOC released.
Right, I played Spirit Master. The most broken class in the game at the time. I started off playing Berserker, then I tried a Hunter, then I thought I'm going to play the least popular class in Midgard. What is that? And
Possible
by
Clone said,
far.
my first tune was a Hunter.
By far it was Spirit Master, so that's what I ended up playing, and then it turned out to be a decent class. For the longest time, though, nobody knew what to do with a Spirit Master in a group. They didn't realize you could res, you could health transfer. It was quite funny. And there was no PvAOE, so nobody wanted to play one, by comparison. Dark was the only viable spec. Sorcerer is a class I should like, but I'm lousy at it. Minstrel is the other alb class I really liked.
Old underscore school underscore gamers said, Dark SM can kick some butt though also.
Oh yeah, I love Dark SM. Like I said, my main on live was the Dark SM. And Kobold. And on the battlefield I would go find the nearest troll and stand inside them. If they stood still anywhere. Or hide behind somebody. And just life tap the living crap out of everything around me. And yeah, it was great fun. There never was a lot of excitement to the PvE game in DAOC. I think CELESTIUS has managed to remove it entirely. Excuse me. I am actually kind of surprised that they didn't just make it instant 50 too while they were at it. Maybe they ruled that out. I don't know. I'm not sure what the PvE side offers. Oh, you have to get the blood tokens thing. So they have to have that for us earning the blood tokens to get various other things in game. That's true. 14. I am red on all this stuff, right? Oh, need better weapons. Let us go looking for a sword. Which will be the one thing we don't get, right? Oh no, uncommon balance. Red sword. Okay. No left-handed. 23.7. Nope. No left-handed weapon yet. Oh, better damage though. 24 of you. Evidently some people I haven't met before. So hello, people that I have not met before. Come on, there's got to be more yellows. Welcome to the channel, where you can watch an old geezer level up a character. Oh, the excitement to be had. Although I have to say, I actually do. It's
Where
very
you can
limited,
watch
but I
him
do
level
like
many
this.
chars. LOL.
That's right.
Possible Clone said, I'm liking the new doppelganger quests they added. Get some smaller numbers out and about.
I know nothing of those. Yeah,
Red
you should
Sledge
come
BLU
try it, Red
said,
Sledge.
I'm gonna have to check out the CELESTIUS.
I believe.
Possible Clone said, basically it's a repeatable PvE quest in RVR zones. Kill 15 and get 250 RPs and 1000 tokens, max group size 4.
Cool.
Rarbeck said, can you get endurance regen pots at this level?
No, I can get,
Possible Clone said, in Brapevine, Pennine, Jammed.
I will look for that. You can get a weak elixir of endurance, which I can drink after I'm done with the fight. And that's what it gives me. But I can't get the, I don't think I can get the other ones. Maybe. I think it's probably going to be 15 or 20 before I can get them. Let us check, though. No, we
Rob
could
underscore dump
endurance.
underscore 69 said, you can GE Invig second page. Red Sledge BLU said, I think we were both on Phoenix at the same time, but you were leveling a lot of tunes.
Oh, yes. Yes. Weak elixir of invigoration.
Rarbeck said, top 1.
Yeah. Let us go find that. Wherever it is in the inventory. Drop that over there for now. Boom. Does that do anything? 9 more seconds. Oh, let's sell while we're here. Okay. That will make it more continuous, I hope. Yeah, I had, hello, by the way, Rob Barbecue and Rob Dub. I had way too many tunes on Phoenix.
Rob underscore dub underscore 69 said, hello.
Welcome to the channel. Thank you for dropping by. However,
Thank you for the follow, Rarbeck.
yes, thank you very, very much. More applause.
Rarbeck is now a follower.
408 followers now. That
Red
math
Sledge
at the top
BLU
there is
said,
wrong.
I was serving on my shaman and Thane when. I think you were leaving a reaver.
No, not a reaver.
RV ring.
Oh. No, I don't think a reaver. Maybe. I did try leveling one at one point, but I don't think I got them very far. Well, here is what I was playing on Phoenix, but you got to add Bone Dancer and Thane to this, and I never got around to sticking them in here. So add Bone Dancer and Thane to that, and that's what I had to 50. Necro, definitely Necro. And if Phoenix had survived longer, I probably would have had a Reaver. Or maybe a Blademaster or a Mercenary. Hey, what does Mercenary get that Blademaster doesn't? Just curious.
I remember you loving the Scald too.
Oh yeah, Scald is awesome, but
Rarbeck
I've always
said,
liked Scald.
Dirty tricks. Red Sledge
Dirty
BLU
tricks.
said,
Right.
leveling asterisk.
Gonna have to move mobs soon, aren't I? Running out of yellows. Definitely getting faster in
A
fights.
ton of spec points and better armor.
Well, of course I get more spec points. And of course I get better armor. Great. I think I'm now going to have to try a Merc too.
Not armor, weapon choices. My bad.
Okay. I'll go look at them in the character generator. Wow. Oh, there's one. That's really not much of an end buff, is it? Okay, when in doubt, go south. Which should be... I'm at the bottom end of the zone, I think. So yeah, east then south. Oh, maybe just over here.
Merc styles are badass. They may as well be infiltrators.
Oh, really? Forgive me, but damn you. Now I have to try one. So what's the best class for me to pick for a Merc? Half Ogre?
Old_school_gamer said, I used to have a 50 Merc. They're a lot of fun and can do big DMG.
Well, no, I get that. Zerkers are fun. Zerkers
Red
are
Sledge
capable.
BLU said, I'd still rather play a Zerker though.
Who doesn't want to be able to go into, you know, bear mode? That is part of the problem for this game, with this game for me. There are too many interesting classes to play. If there was like only one or two classes that I really liked, it'd be trivial. Oh yeah, I'll play those and I'm done. But there aren't. There's so many neat ones. And that's
Possible
bad.
Clone said, God, I wish modern games had this number of classes.
Oh, I know. And the fact that
I
the
love
classes are different from realm to realm, right? There's been other games that had, you know, a variety of classes and stuff like that, but they were the same in each realm. or really close, that's...
Different but mirrored in some ways too, so they aren't 40 completely unique.
No, there's classes that are distinct for each realm, and that's cool. But pretty much every role can be played by somebody in each of the realms.
So like Merc, BM, Zerker. Each with some flavor.
Yeah, sure. And that's really good game design. And this is a game an awful lot of other games could have learned from, and I don't think did. Why, if I'm using a short bow, do I have a crossbow animation for loading it? Either it should be a crossbow, in which case it should have like hella range and do a lot more damage, or it should actually be a short bow and I should not have to put my foot in it to now we got two of you. And my controller's having fits. Great. This should be fun.
Red Sledge BLU
There.
said, Thane stands out in the class lists. Legit spellcasting light tank, no gimmicks.
Oh, I love Thane. I had more fun on my Thane. I was late to roll him on Phoenix. And I had more fun on him than practically any of the others except my Infiltrator. My Infiltrator was amazing fun when I won a fight. The Thane was just amazing fun. Oh, I think we want endurance. Let's just back off a second and sit again. Because there's nothing more exciting than tuning into Twitch and watching somebody play a 21-year-old game where their character is sitting on the grass. Definitely. And healing the old-fashioned way. Although not at the slow speed that it used to be. No, controllers... Ugh. I love this controller. But it has some problems. And this is one of them. There, stopped. It gets stuck on
My
something.
Thane on live is realm rank 10. I used to climb the boards on Camelot Herald against Thane like Shiz Troll and Xanaphian.
Yeah. And the funny thing is, early on in the game, nobody liked Thanes. It was almost impossible to get a group as a Thane unless your guildies took pity on you.
Smallbeats said, when my hunter hits 50 it will be my first stealth class in DAOC.
Yeah?
Possible Clone said, Thane weapons hit like a noodle lol.
Yeah, but now it's, I mean, even at these levels, in Phoenix and probably here, 1.65, etc. Thane is still good. Stealth is fun, Smobeats. It can be hard because there's a lot of people out there that have been playing stealth classes forever. And as a hunter, you will not have the best stealth in comparison to an assassin and things like that. but it is fun to be able to basically pick when the fight is going to happen yourself.
Red Sledge BLU said, at possible clone, yeah, they have lower base stats than the other tanks. That being said, Slam, Conquer, Sledgehammer combo would wake them the FUO.
Oh yeah. I also really like Warrior.
Up asterisk. Possible clone said, Thanes are great, but back in the day they were misunderstood.
Yeah,
Don't
they were.
Have the sword DD on this version? Shiloh42 said, hello.
Hello, Shiloh. How you doing? I do not know if they have the sword on this version. I do not know.
Possible clone said, I'm in mid. I should probably know.
Yes, probably.
So far vamps are really tough.
Yeah? Good.
Red Sledge BLU said, Noob Thanes blasting hammers on May didn't unhealon cause either. Didn't help the asterisk.
No. No, the sort of collective knowledge of players playing the game improved a lot over time. But early on, a lot of people didn't have any idea of having different roles in a group and really being aware of you know, not breaking
Old
mez
underscore
and
school
stuff like
underscore gamers said, is it just me or does the cam look blurry now?
that. It might just be you.
It fixed now.
Okay. Autofocus can be off based on the light and stuff like that.
Possible clone said, haha yes. I watch old videos of DAOC and people do crazy stuff that you simply don't see anymore.
Yeah. And I'm sure an awful lot of people that came to the game later will be like, what the hell is going on?
Red
Why
Sledge
did they do
BLU
that?
said, luckily, I was in Pantheon. I always had a group because they knew I was a solid Thane.
Well, the highest ranked character on Midgard Percival for the longest time was somebody playing Thane at a time when nobody liked Thanes. And she was just a really good game player and obviously saw the potential of the class when nobody else did. I'm declining a group because I'm busy chatting and because I've been on for 3 hours and who knows, I might stop soon. I don't know. If that was somebody out in the audience,
Deep
thank you
said,
for the idea.
Is this live? Or beta?
Hello, Deeps. This is CELESTIUS. This is a free shard. I will attempt to type again. I make no promises. I really should have this made up as a macro. I cannot type. On my
Is
Stream Deck.
CELESTIUS in beta or has it launched?
Oh, it's launched. This is live. What you see is what you get. CELESTIUS. It went live last Saturday, I think. And there are currently
Oh really?
796 people on the server.
Dang, I gotta check it out.
Yeah, you should. I have seen over 2,000 people on the server in the afternoon. On a Saturday, granted. But if they can get numbers like that, then we can hope that we'll keep those people and that there'll be a decent number on the server to play. 796 right now. People are still leveling characters. A sizable chunk of those will probably be a second account with a buff bot, but even if it's half, that would mean that there's 300 people on the server right now, 350
Possible
or whatever.
Clone said,
and that's
there's
cool.
some bots out there, but great numbers for this time of day.
Yeah, exactly. Nope. That was the people that invited me over there.
Deep said, they allow people to have second buff bot accounts?
Yeah, apparently. I don't got one. But that's mostly because I just don't want to run two clients.
Okay, that's kinda nice.
Yeah, I don't know if there's any limitations on use in RVR or anything like that.
Kilo 42 said, BTW Thane 50 style axe and hammer got 150 DDP ROC.
Okay.
Big Points said, they are really heal bots, since there are buff pots.
Yes, that's worth pointing out to Deeps too,
Possible
right?
Clone said, don't really need a buff bot per SE, but there are a lot of strong PvE combos.
All these buffs across the top here are
Deep said,
permanent
AHHOK.
and free. You just go to the NPC and get them, and away you go. And no templating. No need for it. All my gear has got me capped on everything. Relative to my level and everything. Just from the drops. And they're all identical
So you
and
just
everything
have
else.
to LVL basically.
Yep, that's it.
Gear
And-
and buffs no need to worry about.
Nope. You got an NPC to
Nice.
give you those buffs there. I'll sell as well. Excuse me while I burp my head off. There's this thing
Possible
in here.
Clone said, there's a small gear grind.
Yeah. You can get this
it
free
can be
auto
done in a
salvager.
day.
And it lets you buy
Big Points said,
various
you
pots
have a
and
pocket
things.
vendor
Ooh,
to sell and buy your pots.
I should have shard skin too.
Deep said,
Silly.
oh that's easy.
There. Now, that's all gear that you get for free. Need that. We could look through a shard skin. I should have that added to my list of things too, shouldn't I? What the hey? So, the general rule is they start you at tier Urfoss tier if you're on Hib. And the mobs are supposed to be generally ordered to go up as you go south. So you travel south through the realm. There are some quests in various communities. One of them will give you a pile of RPs, even though you're not leveled up. You know, it's like level 30, 35 or something like that. It'll give you RPs. And you just keep going south. The gear that drops comes in bands of, I guess, 5 levels. Maybe 10 levels. And it caps you out. So I'm just wearing dropped gear, and I am at well, it doesn't cap me out entirely. I'm at 15 of 21 item bonus, 21 of 21, 21 of 21, 21 of 21. That strength thing there being at 15 is probably because I don't have the most up-to-date weapons. And then heat through body are all more or less capped with racials. Thrust, crush, and slash are behind the curve, and I presumably are going to get added to down the road. But yeah, it's just go and level, and you're done. And then, yeah, there is a little bit of stuff to do with getting your artifacts and MLs and all that sort of stuff. And I don't know anything about it yet. I haven't done it. But yeah, it's easy. And if you group up, you can level much faster. I'm soloing because I'm an idiot. And I stream, so I figured I would mostly solo my way and see how long it takes to solo it. And what's the other thing I was going to say? Oh yeah, there's no crafting or anything like that. You're basically automatically templated by the time you get to 50. So level your character to 50. Just keep grabbing the stuff there. Do the quests. There's not very many of them, but do the quests as you encounter them to get whatever benefit they give you.
The QOL is nice.
And then off to RVR. Right now we have... I will reopen this. Right now we have 815 people on the server, although some of those would be buff bots. There have been keeps being taken and relics taken and everything else. I have seen close to and over 2,000 during the day on a Saturday. And that is all pretty impressive numbers, really. Okay, I did not train. So yeah, it's pretty streamlined for leveling. It still takes time. Oh, can I fight super chickens? No, they're blue. Missed out on the chickens. Too bad. Unless there's bigger ones over here. No. They look bigger, but they're not higher level. More ants. Yeah, the quality of life seems nice. I haven't taken a character to 50 yet, so I don't know how long the grind actually takes, particularly solo. It might be that it's a little dull. But then somebody was on stream here saying they were grouped up, or they had an animist for leveling their guildmates and stuff like that, and I think they said they could do level 1 to 30 in an hour in a well-organized group with the animist running. If so, that's pretty quick. Oh, so there's... Oh, no, there is more.
Sweaty Smile said, for my NS, it took about 4 to 6 hours of blood token farming for all my artifacts and 7 weapons.
There you go.
Possible Clone said, you only need 7.5k yo upgrade the ring fully, and artists are 2.5k.
Okay, and that's all done with the blood tokens?
Yes, sir.
Cool. And you don't need to call me sir. Thank you. Okay, cool. I will get there in due course. If I don't roll more alts. Stay tuned as I play my mercenary. No.
Rarbeck said, they made artists so cheap, it's nice.
Well, see, the thing people didn't like about TOA was leveling the friggin' artifacts. Getting them was a pain in the butt.
Can easily have a solo/group set.
Yeah, cool. There's lots of good things in TOA.
LMAO leveling artifacts was so dumb.
Oh god, yeah. Yeah, it was such a massive waste of time. And I can't believe that when they came up with that idea, they were thinking, oh, this is fun content people will enjoy. I think they were thinking, oh, people are going to go to
Only
all this
levels on
effort to get
mermaids in
one.
Oceanus and takes 1 million hours to get to leave L10.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Shiloh42 said, TNN North is the next zone with the LVL15 quest. That's your thing, TFG.
Okay. A level 15 quest. Tirnanog North. First I have to get killed by ants. Let's get out of the ant field. Otherwise I will in fact be killed by ants. Which is an ignominious death. Even if they're, 8 feet long and weigh 200 pounds. And there are lots of them. Well, you know me, I want to get into Darkness Falls too, right? I love me some Darkness Falls. Even though that's ignoring the quest that I shouldn't do that.
Ant-Man.
Yeah. Okay. I'm finally leaving this zone. What do we got here? Chloricons. If we ignore the Chloricons, you're saying there is a quest in Connaught here? Or is it down in RD that I'm going to be doing it? Yeah, I don't miss those at all. Purple beetles. Large airbugs. I do not miss the MLs at all. That was the thing that frustrated me about TOA the most. Screaming at my computer because people were so frigging stupid and would blow this 1 ML we were doing. It should have taken us like 20 minutes and it took 4.5 hours. And we had a really good leader who kept saying, now make sure that you don't do this thing and you do this thing. And sure enough, it would just take one person and that would blow it for everybody.
Yeah, that quest has absolutely nothing to do with ants.
Okay. Like say this person here maybe? Elve? Now that's funny. It puts your name in the text, right? These are Celts. So my name appears in there with an exclamation mark. Pokmohoin, which happens to be Irish Gaelic for kiss my butt. Okay, I'm 12. This one is about ants. Kill ants, get lots of experience. Sure. Now, it did say north.
Possible Clone said, if they had gone simpler it might have been better.
Are there ants north of here too? Oh, it gives me a red dot. Probably where I'm going. Hey? where those people are killing all of the ants. So I went from the excitement of killing ants as an amateur to now killing them as a professional. Or something. Stupid range. I guess I should look in the journal and see how many I need to kill. 10, of course. And in fact, it tells me. Of course it does. So, in the descriptions I read, it sounded like they'd taken out all the quests, and they have taken out all the quests we're used to, maybe, but they haven't taken out all the quests. So that's good. Okay, I am stupid. Hear me roar. I didn't look at my endurance. I mean, not that it matters that much. Most of the things I fought have not been a threat, really. The threat is that they'll slow you down because you have to sit. But that's about it. I had a thing. I won't swear it was brilliant, but it was relevant. And I was going to say it. And it has completely left my brain. No idea at all. So, I have no idea what it was. You will never know, and I will never know unless I happen to remember it, which probably won't happen.
Sweaty Smile said, gave me a heart attack LOL.
Oh, sorry.
Grex_123 said, wow, since when are there nukes in Dark Age of Camelot?
You've never been hit by a PBAOE group? Didn't mean to give you a heart attack there. Sweaty.
Sweaty Smile said, haha, it's okay.
All sorts of tricks up my sleeve.
Actually, it's a limited repertoire, but, you know, I didn't want to say that. It doesn't sound anywhere near as good. Come here, ant. Get your ass up here. I want to kill you.
Watchdog CU said, hanging out late tonight watching the stream in the background and I hear a damn nuke going off.
I don't use that often, as you can see. Sorry to anybody who was caught by surprise.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained?
Possible Clone said, love the
Is that why you were
surprises.
here?
Haha, yes, I am entertained.
Hopefully, or, I mean, I got two choices. You're here to watch me because, to whatever degree, I'm being entertaining, or you're here to watch some old guy play DAOC very badly. And while I
Watchdog CU
acknowledge,
said, I was like CELESTIUS added nukes.
while I
Bold move.
acknowledge that I can play very badly at times, I hope it's the former. Come on. He promised me lots of XP. I want to see if that's true. In light of all that, if you haven't hit
Clone
follow,
said,
please hit
it's
follow.
not all about gameplay. It's fun to chat DAOC.
I know that. I know that. And in fact, that's the only real reason to be here, because you're watching somebody level in PvE solo. It really doesn't get much drier than that. I mean, for me, it's fine. I'm leveling a character, and I don't mind doing that. I like that.
Chillo42 said, come on, you are not bad. You are the Ant-Man.
I am the Ant-Man. No, it doesn't work.
Possible Clone said, Ant-Man. Big Points said,
like that movie.
You could be soloing a healer.
Yes, yes, I could. And in fact, that might happen again. I soloed
Old underscore school
Og
underscore
healer
gamers
on
said,
Percival.
Careful, don't sit in ant poop, lol.
Yeah, I don't want to imagine the amount of that.
Big Points said, that's about as dull as it gets.
No, Og healer was fun.
Possible Clone said, solo Og healer back in the day? Now that sounds like torture.
I did that. I soloed 1 to 50. I grouped once.
Big Points said,
in the 30s.
/ auto attack.
Yep. And celerity. And all the proc armor you can possibly get. And every once in a
Possible
while,
Clone said, wow.
in DF, I would be on my Og healer, just killing mobs for the sake of killing mobs, and I would get surprised by a very bad stealther or a very unlucky one, and mostly they would kill me, but occasionally I would trash them, and that's got to be pretty embarrassing. Like that.
Grex underscore 123 said, you look and sound like an IRL Deckard Cain.
Well, maybe. Except, you know.
Not an insult.
Geez.
Big
No, no.
props.
Well, thank you.
Possible Clone said, LMAO.
Thank you. A lot of that, of course, is carefully crafting the sound on the microphone, which I had a lot of help with doing from a friend who's a sound engineer and former DJ and all that sort of stuff. Boom! Hey! That was a reasonable amount of experience. Thank you. Is it repeatable? No. Train.
Stay a while and listen.
You know, I've actually had quite a few people who, I got 750 realm points from that too. Go me, 1L5. I've had quite a few people who've said that they tune in while they're at work and I'm just their background sound. And that's a real compliment. That means they like the sound of my voice, and whatever I'm nattering on about, no matter how mindless it is entertaining enough for somebody to stay listening while they're doing their own thing. Cool. Very cool. I'm more than content to be somebody's background noise, right? We're going to do this real simple. There, done. Don't even care what I got from it. Now, those mobs actually were decent level, so I could just carry on with them. Or I could... I'm confused by chat. Okay. I could just carry on going that away and see if I can find other mobs to fight. Aesner.
Big Points said, yes. I listen to you when I'm at work. Drowns out the noise of the machines around me.
Oh, good. I'm a sort of white noise generator. Awesome. Actually, I'm perfectly fine in that role. See how we do against an orange now. Hey, hitting for damage in the 40s now.
Possible Clone said, have we seen PNA around since CELESTIUS started?
Yes, yes. Not much, but he did stop by. He did talk. Him and his 8-man are leveling up characters here. And I think he said they were doing Hibs. So there will be PNA somewhere. But I don't know how often they're playing or, how often he's going to come by to watch the stream and stuff. He is still doing his creating a business
Savage.
Yeah, I don't know what class he's playing. I'm sure they'll end up doing all 3 realms. They did before. Maybe he's making a champion. Who knows? Really nice guy, really friendly in game too.
Said, who ya talking about? Had to step away a minute.
Oh, a guy who used to be on this channel all the time helped me immensely when I was on Phoenix, named PNA Plays Witch. Still a follower. He showed up here last stream or the stream before, I think, but not for very long. He played in an 8-man. They used to stream their 8-man. He wasn't streaming it. Somebody else was. I think their healer. But they were pretty hardcore on Phoenix. And he was a fan, and he really helped me a lot. Taught me a lot about this game that I'm sorry to say I didn't notice. So, no. We're going to whack things. I need to draw an arrow again. So, still around. He ended up setting up his own business, and I think he had to move, and his computer wasn't up to snuff and stuff like that. So he was gone for a while there, but he's back. Just not as much. But perhaps that will change. Come on. Die already. Okay, so half a bubble per. Not stunning. Sit. Long silence while the brain slowly churns through things, and maybe a thought is produced by accident. Who knows?
Did he just go crazy and fall asleep?
Chillo42 said, the first thing I do Monday mornings, Wednesday mornings, and Friday mornings is to switch on TFG on Twitch.
Well, thank you, Shiloh. And then, of course, around about the time you do that, I decide that I've been on long enough and I need to log off. Right? That happens a lot, unfortunately. Haven't seen for Cora in a while either. But we're now apparently up to My overlay is lying. It's not 410. It's 409 followers. And that's very cool. Die already? Thank you. Yeah, so I'm going to try and... I've said this so many times and never done it, so don't believe me. But I'm going to try and limit myself to just a few classes. That's going to fail absolutely dismally. I know this for a fact. But I'm going to try. In part because the leveling is kind of dull. There we go. 3 bubbles. Woot, 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 woot. Sit. Oh, that wore off. Just a second. Why waste an arrow? Wow. You don't have any aggro range at all. How are we now? 16. Twelve more seconds, or 10 more seconds. Fine, sit. Wow, there's even more of you out there. You guys are going to do my numbers like no end of awesome good. Oh, got my booster shot on Friday. And every once in a while I forget that if I raise my arm up too much, it hurts. Okay, let's do the endurance first. Oh, can't do, sorry, this one. And then that one. And now we can go play again. Come on, body aggro. Come here. You know you want to get hacked into pieces. I should be looking at this drop, shouldn't I? Seven 3.7 green crap. Time to sell. Right. Maybe I do need to make up a 5th pouch one, and then I can just sell all. But I want to hang on to a shield. You can just be destroyed. And this stuff. Wish we could have pouches so you could just dump crap you didn't want into a pouch and then delete the pouch. Okay. Now back to our regularly scheduled leveling by aggro. Come on. It's funny, with regards to streaming numbers, when Phoenix went down, so did a lot of DAOC streamers. I kept streaming whatever. I'm not trying to say I'm superior in any way or anything like that. It's just I like streaming, so I streamed whatever, right? Other games, everything. Then I found Brotherlands and did that. And then the tests on Atlas and Celestius, and now I'm on Celestius. And when Atlas goes live, I'll go there and everything else. Try that too. But since Celestius went back up, this is the point I was getting to. A lot of people are now, I guess, checking Twitch again and going, oh yeah, there's somebody streaming DAOC. Let's go watch that. Because the number of people that tune in is massively improved, shall we say. I mean, according to Twitch, there's 25 of you out there right now. And it was at 28 a little while ago. A month ago, I was getting an audience of, 10, 5, less. So, that's really cool. It's really cool that there's enough interest in Celestius and DAOC that people are coming back and checking things out. And then we can have excellent conversations about stuff. Which has happened. Come on. Die. Oh, large air bugs are red. I'll just keep pulling these guys, but I need to do some healing stuff.
Grex_123 said, I put so many hours in that game, it's cool to see it is still played.
You're not playing it now, Grex? And hello? Yeah, it's one of those games that has survived for decades because it has something special about it. Really. Overall, this game did so many things right for a lot of people. And it's very cool. It's a blessing that it still survives, because it could easily be dead. Lots of games I played in the past just don't exist anymore. There we go. Oh joy, I got an uncommon small shield. How will I contain my excitement? Oh my god. Come on.
Watchdog CU said, nuke the shield.
I'm gonna sell it. For whatever coppers it's worth. Yeah, I've got 3 games that were sort of cornerstones of MMO gaming for me personally. DAOC, Star Wars Galaxies in its first iteration, and City of Heroes, City of Villains. For me, this game had a really strong community. It had, I think it's the best PvP game still. I don't think anything else really comes close. And it had it has a lot of tactics and things that emerge from the tools that they give you. And that means that people could apply stuff in a different way and do a different thing and everything that's like that. So it has a whole pile of emergent gameplay that's very cool. Star Wars Galaxies, I liked for the crafting system and the economy. Everything in that game was player crafted, absolutely everything, and I loved that for that game. And City of Heroes, City of Villains has a PvP element that nobody does. It's PvE, the game, but it has the best group dynamic. Like when you're in a group of superheroes doing stuff, the mechanics of the way things work and you the feedback that you get makes it a really enjoyable experience. You can tell when your controller has cast ice field and everything in front of you is all the bad guys are suddenly frozen and you can go in and whack on them and stuff like that. It was brilliant in its way. That, and it was totally scalable. In City of Heroes, if you've got a level 50 character, that level 50 character can group with a level 5 character. And the level 5 character will be artificially raised to be level 49. They'll still only have the abilities they had at 5, but they scale perfectly because the game was built to scale that way. And that was very clever. But this is the best of the three for me in a lot of ways. I did like all of them.
Rex underscore 123 said, Warhammer Online also had this scaling up system.
Yep, sure. And they probably got it from City of Heroes, maybe independently thought of. But to me, that's an essential thing in a game. It's too bad this game doesn't quite have it the same way. I mean, you can group with people, but it's not quite the same thing at all. Come on. Actually, that was a stupid statement. This game does not have that at all. Hey! Hello, free muffins.
If just Mystic Games back then promoted DAOC more, it could have become as successful as WoW.
WoW had an inherent advantage over every other game out there. Warcraft already existed as a real-time strategy game in 3, like, AAA titles. So there were millions of people who had been exposed to Warcraft when they decided to make an MMO of that world. So WoW brought in those millions of people who had never touched an MMORPG before that. So that gave it an inherent advantage that I don't think anything else could have come close. And I've always been surprised that they didn't do the same thing with StarCraft and make a StarCraft MMO. Maybe they did and I missed it. But I don't think there's any other games out there that had that provenance when they were turned into an MMO. But yes, DAOC could have been promoted more. It could have done better. But WoW, when WoW came out, it just blew the socks off of everybody. And it... Okay, back to what I was saying before about Star Wars Galaxies. It was great in its first version. It had bugs, it had weirdities and everything else. But overall, it was a very innovative game. It did a lot of things really, really nicely and effectively. But when WoW came out, Sony Online Entertainment that ran Star Wars was like, well...
Tom Basie once said, DAOC King RVR.
Oh, absolutely. Hello, Tom Basie, by the way. The people of SOE were like, we have Star Wars. We have this huge IP.
Oh, hey, Tom
How come
Basie
we're not
one.
making millions?
Thanks for hitting that follow button.
Thank you very much indeed.
Tom Basie1 is now a follower.
Why aren't we making millions off of that? And they screwed with Star Wars Galaxies to try and make it a WoW clone, and they failed dismally and destroyed the game. And WoW did that to everybody. All the exec types out there and the bean counters and everything else were like, why aren't we making more money? And the answer
Love
was,
streams. Thank you for streaming.
Didn't do it the right way. Oh, hey, no problem. No problem. I stream Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Sundays Pacific Standard Time on the west coast of Canada. Are you playing on Celestius, Tom Basie? Where are we? We need more of that. Definitely more of that.
New York here, no live.
Oh yeah? Okay. You should try Celestius, just to try a different style of the game. I started off on live myself. I played it like from day one for the first 5 or 6 years or something like that, and then kind of lost track of it. And when I decided to stream DAOC, I started streaming live, and I got a lot of people saying, oh, you should go to Phoenix. It's so much better. So I went to the Phoenix Free Shard and streamed there for a long time.
I played this game from day 1 too on Gawain.
Ah, cool. Okay. I did not play it all the way through. I'm sorry. I dropped the game and played other games.
Rex_123 said, I started on Europe Lyoness Albion.
Ah, okay. Percival Midgard here. I played Mids on Percival, Albs on Nimue, and Hibs on Guinevere. All the RP servers. But I never really played very many Hibs or mid or Alps. It was all mid all the time. Whoever just buffed me, thank you.
Tom Basie once said, I don't know, I hate Albs, no matter how much I tried.
Yeah, I did that too until I
mid.
went to Phoenix. And I tried an infiltrator. And I had a gas as an infiltrator. I am the world's worst.
Said, HIV on Percival, we probably fought at some point.
Oh, probably, yeah. If you ever remember an SM named Sneeve,
Rarbeck said,
then we
when I
did.
took our class senior photo at my high show, my friend and I stood in the middle with a sign that said Albzerg.
And nobody else got it, right? Oh, that's hilarious. Yeah, I was in a tiny little guild called Teeth of Garm that nobody will remember. I was in 7th Legion, Kraften and Flygur, and who else? Asarna's Army. 7th Legion was great, a great guild. And Kraften and Flygur was just brilliant if you were a mid. Most of the people
Possible
were from...
Clone said, hey, I was in Asarna's arm.
Ah, there you go. Hey. Once in, never out. Technically still a member. I don't know if they're on Celestius or if they were on Phoenix or anything like that. But yeah, I was a member of Asarna's army.
Dark Jintu said, moaning.
How you doing? How you doing, Dark Gentoo?
Possible Clone said, LYR and the Scald was GM.
Yes, that sounds right.
Dark Jintu said, good TKX, how's you today?
I am doing fine. I said I wasn't going to roll an alt, and that was true until I rolled an alt. So now I'm leveling up my alt. I can't help. I get twitchy if I don't have too many alts. I'm doing fine. Got 25 people here. I had 28 at one point. We've had good conversations.
I'm the same.
Yeah. It's altitis is real. And I suffer from it. Hello, my name is that font guy, and I'm an alcoholic. I have not leveled up yet, but I have a level 1 Thane, Valkyrie, Infiltrator, and I think something else. I'm not sure. All ready to be started at some point. I just wanted to reserve some names. Haven't gotten to leveling them yet, but I should do that in case they, decide to wipe characters that haven't been leveled or played.
Big Points said, you will be on your 7th character by the time you hit 50.
Yeah, I know. Probably. I just can't do that total focus thing that people do. Where they just, yeah, I want to play a mercenary and that's all I'm going to play. And they go for 6 years playing the same character. I admire people who do
said,
that, but...
I'm the type to get a chart to 50 before making another.
Yeah. Not
Dark
so
Chinta
much.
said, bad thing is we can make 80 chars now.
Don't tell me that.
XX Free Muffin Sex said, I got my heretic to 50, now I started a paladin.
Why a paladin? I thought people didn't like paladin. Tom Azy, I just came back to DAOC. I played DAOC from start, then quit mid-Atlantis when I got everything capped, and I quit for 5 years, came back, hated the new game, then came back now, and game has changed so much, and it's much easier, and I'm loving live. Celestius looks good, but I don't like how they shut down.
Paladin cause token farm groups need shield bots LOL.
I would love to see this game go on Steam. I really would. I don't think it's going to happen, but I really would like it.
Big Points said, when they offered the free levels, it was good to play a whole pile of alts.
Yep. Also, when we had /21, whatever it was, that was good because you could skip a bit there.
I remember that.
Yeah.
Possible Clone said, man, /level.
Yep. Save yourself a little bit of gameplay there and get a better feel.
It was 30 on HIB Percival, what wasted time. I coulda had so many 50s.
Uh-huh.
Big Points said, log in to get a level, and then a free level, then log to the next. Possible Clone said, instead I had a ton of 30s.
Yeah. Oh, it's not only that Big Points, but for a while there,
Tom Basie once said, there was a bonus EXP on live I got 4 chars 39.
For a while there, if you had one level 50, you could go to another server and create a character and type /level, and you would get an automatic level 20. And on some realms that were really low on population, it would be automatic 30, like Hib Percival. There was nowhere near enough Hibs on Percival. So it was the underdog realm all the time. So somebody who hadn't played on Percival could come to Percival and go to Hib and just /level, and boom, they were 30. That was really cool. That's how I started most of my characters on Guinevere and Nemu. I didn't have many on Nemu. I think I had 1 or 2. But on Gwyn, that's how I did it, because now they gave you absolute crap equipment. It was probably worse than being naked. So it was hard to level at the start there until you got the hang of it, unless you found a guild. But it was great. Oh yeah, oh that's bad.
Dark Jinto said, has stream stopped or just me?
Just you. I do believe. I don't know. Is everybody seeing everything okay? I'll check my box here and just make sure, but...
XX Free Muffins Sex said, I played almost every ALB class on Phoenix, but never got around to Paladin. Wanted to try it out here.
Yeah, I got 476 gig free on my
Possible Clone said,
drive I
all
saved
good
to.
here.
Okay, good. It's just you, Dark Gentoo. You're doing it wrong. You're doing Twitch wrong somehow. Don't ask me.
They let you run all your chants without twisting here. Only way I'd ever play Paladin.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Dark Jinto said, Twitch fell over.
Yeah.
Tom Basie one said, just a clip from BG on my Warden.
Cool, I'll have to check that out.
www.twitch.tv/www.twitch.tv/basie/clip/cold-blooded drab Amazon OMG scoots -VLP5 SGYWQ no -V.
I didn't know it would read
Possible
all that
Clone
out. That's
said,
hilarious.
Same for Scald, Warden, Rune Master, etc.
Okay, I did not know
Tom
that.
Basie one said, lol.
Okay, now that would make me consider Paladin, and I really didn't need to hear that about Minstrel, for instance. Oh, no endurance. Oh, we have endurance.
Possible Clone said, it's cool, I made a Scald today. Just turn them all on and forget about it until you die.
You're making some Hibby tunes? Sure.
XX Free Muffins Sex said, I have never been able to play with the new icons. Always switch to the classic ones.
Yeah, I had switched to the classic before on Phoenix because, well, actually because
Dark
PNA
Jinto
got
said,
really irritated.
Okay, that's it, I'm making some Hibby tunes.
But I haven't done it here, and I could do
Big Points
that.
said, Pally is fun. And you can play 2H or Shield. So you won't be the rare off-spec.
Yep. Have you, Dark, have you played lots of Hib classes before? Do you know what you're going to pick? Oh, I'm training. That's what I'm doing. Sitting and training.
XX Free Muffins Sex said, I'm going to level as Shield, then go 2H at 50 I think. Tom Basie once said, I don't know why but HIB community is much more helpful.
It always seems to me like that's the case.
Dark Jinto said, Farmer first with Animist I think. Possible Clone said, HIB community has been great on this server. Big Points said, I think your endurance buff dropped.
I think you are correct. Thank you,
Dark
Sarah.
Jinto said, needs them blood tokens.
Yep. Apparently. I haven't gotten that far. I was just going to say, when you get to playing something other than the Animus there, Dark, if you haven't tried Champion, Champion is enormous fun. I mean, you probably have tried Champion, but if in the event that you hadn't, Champion is great.
I had a Luri hero once I think.
Hero was fun. Champion is... Champion, the thing I liked... I didn't think I would like it at all. But, as it turns out, I really liked, being able to strip the buffs off of people. They get their character all perfect. I am buffed to up the yin-yang, and I am going to go trash people. And then they meet a champion, and all that stuff falls off. And then the champion goes to town on them. And that's kind of cool. I didn't think debuffing would be fun. But it was.
Possible Clone said, I have a huge temptation to make a sword and board Luri champion.
Go for it.
Kinjabretson said, how Tom?
I don't know, but I could one of the, if you were in a group in DF, I could see it because the mobs are concentrated.
Tom Basie once said, Lbeo groups.
Yeah. Yep. Glorious PBAOE. Excuse me. Excuse me more.
Possible Clone said, PBAE groups are super fast even outside DF. Dark Jinta said, better out than in.
Oh. 17. Not bad. Yeah, I am deliberately soloing at the moment because I want to see what the pace is
Tom
like
Basie
for
once
solo.
said, are you a BM?
This guy here? Yes. Blademaster. Yes. Never played him before. I am deliberately soloing, but I'm going to have to try at some point getting into a group and just getting PL'd by somebody and see how that goes too. As it stands, the boredom of the gameplay here is the one thing that's going to keep me from having 80 alts. So I got to keep that in mind.
Do you have Flurry yet?
No. I don't know when you get Flurry. I forgot about that. I remember the name. Don't know anything about
Possible Clone said, 30 I think.
it. Okay. Yes, I am merely 17. I'm still young, and I don't know what I'm doing. Apologies if you're from Ireland. No endurance.
Can't stop playing. One more run.
Yeah, that is
Tom
the
Basie
problem.
once said, again thanks for streaming this awesome game.
No problem. No problem. Happy to do so. Have been doing it for 2 years, more or less. Little over 2 years, but not. I didn't start off in DAOC. I started off at No Man's Sky. But yeah, like I said, Tuesdays, Thursdays, Sundays. We'll see you next time.
Dark Jintu said, best game in the world.
For me, in very many ways, yeah, absolutely. I can spend time doing the same thing endlessly in this game, like PvE leveling, or running around getting ganked, or whatever. And it takes a lot to get bored with it, put it that way. I'm more likely to get too tired to play than I am to be bored. Which also means it's a terrible time waste. Or it can be. I don't really want to think about how much time I've spent in this game. Uncommon is what I'm working on, right? Yeah, okay, so I've got all the stuff. Except I can up my sickle. There, that will help a bit. And everything should be good now except for the crossbow. Do we have an updated crossbow? I think I sold one a little while ago. Not that it matters, because, you know, it's a crossbow. I don't really care. Excuse me. Ugh. There, all caught up on that. Yeah, the sickle will make things faster, I think.
Tom Basie once said, New York right now getting hit hard with wind/rain. My window is about to bust.
Oh no. It's funny, every time you say something there, Tom, the audio comes out as, to me, sounded like Tom Basie once said. Like you were some major historical figure.
LOL.
Must be pretty early in New York right now. $12:30 here. I'm going to have to stop singing, I'm sorry to say.
$3:21. I'm kinda drunk.
Uh-huh.
Possible clone said, LOL.
Okay, another game I did like playing that is under-recognized
Dark Jintu said, ha 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 ha, fast cool.
is Lord of the Rings Online. And one of the quests in Lord of the Rings Online is for you to take your character to a pub where you drink some booze, and then you have to ride to the next pub and drink some booze,
Tom
and
Basie
so on
once
and
said,
so on.
That was awesome game.
And the thing is that as your character rides between the pubs and drinks their beer, the screen starts getting blurrier and blurrier and blurrier, and it's really hard to ride your horse and stay on the path and see what's happening. And you can fail and just fall off your horse, blind drunk. So a friend of mine and I were playing that game, and we decided to be silly, so we got our characters drunk and then blind drunk, more or less, went out and fought orcs, which was funny. I like when you can do creative crap like that. It's neat. Come on, dude. Heal up faster.
I think it was just too clunky.
It's another game that I think was a little over-engineered. I never really felt like I was advancing very quickly in that game. Like in this game,
Yep.
there's certain points where your character just gets dramatically better. Even though you've just gone up to a particular level, you hit 35 or something like that, and suddenly everything just clicks with stuff. And with Lord of the Rings Online, it seemed to me everything was just too refined and graduate and stuff like that. My wife played it a lot more than I did. She's got a character that's way up there, and she hasn't played it in a while. But at the levels that I played, it felt like everything was just in too fine an increment to feel like my character was really getting better at any one point, even though they were. But yeah, it's a beautiful game, and it's really well designed, and it's got just a massive map. And they've done a great job with the game. I just haven't played it in like forever. When it came out, my wife and I bought lifetime memberships rather. And then it went free to play. Go figure.
I don't know what makes it that it just was.
Yeah. But then for somebody who hasn't played this game, it's hard to describe what's so good about it to people, too. You could sure use a graphics upgrade, I'll tell you.
Dark Jintu said, what is the best buff bot class on HIB?
Good question.
Tom Basie once said, Druid.
Yeah?
Dark Jintu said, KK. Big Points said, depends on what you're playing. Dark Jintu said, heal PROC would be nice.
I have no idea who has a heal proc. I have no endurance. I have no right to fight anything yet. I'm being thick. Oh, well, how can you tell I've streamed for over 4 hours, too? That gets tiring.
Big Points said, Druid has the most buffs, but many of them are covered by pots.
Right? Wouldn't Bard be a decent choice, too?
Dark Jintu said, just a heal PROC buff. Tom Basie once said, Toa buff bonus. XX Free Muffins Sex said, Bard for run speed. Big Points said, Bard is good and can run endurance and mana plus heal. If they can twist 2 spells.
Yeah, but somebody was
Tom
just
Basie
saying
once
you don't
said,
need to worry about
I
the
think
twister.
the combat makes this game BIS.
I don't get BIS.
Big Points said, Warden can run bubble and haste or damage add and heal.
Oh, Warden. God, yeah.
Tom
Wardens are
Basie
cool
once
too.
said, best in slot.
Ah, okay. Yes. The combat and the interrupts. Like the whole style system is brilliant. I'm not doing it any justice here at all. I'm just whacking away on things.
Yeah.
But when properly played by somebody who knows what they're doing against somebody who doesn't, you can just take somebody apart with style, right? And that's neat in a world where an awful lot of games are really just sort of push button. I got
You need
this
to
button.
pop those after evades.
Yeah, right now I'm just using a level 8 style and a level 4 style, and it's in front of target and an evade as
Blinding
the backup.
rain.
I don't
Big
even...
Points said, Alb and mid are easy answers for the most part. HIB has 3 viable buff bots.
So, 4 accounts. Any of these at any time? I haven't even bothered looking.
Tom
Medium,
Basie
no
once
bonus,
said,
medium
Celtic
defense.
Duel.
Yeah, I know. I was just looking there.
Kinja said, what bot would you run with a Thane?
For mid, I'd run a shaman, to be honest. But maybe the people out there differ. Any style, low endurance, damage medium. Oh, hey. Switch to that. Let's go try that and see.
XX Free Muffin Sex said, healer for seal writing.
Oh, that's true.
Tom Basie once said, wow, you got Blizzard, that thing like hits hard. Big Points said, shaman, unless you want to be caster heavy and run a healer for power Reagan.
Well, that's the thing, though, with your Thane, is that if you want to get the most out of them, I think you're going to do more damage with your spells than you do with your weapon. So you might want to have power and power and celerity with a healer, but I don't know. A long healer would be kind of cool.
Dark Jintu said, okay, stream time for me, have a good rest of your day all.
Yeah, no problem, man. Have a good stream. Okay. Okay, that is doing better damage. Not huge, but growth... Oh, growth rate... 0.88, that's good. Blizzard is follow-up to Blinding Rain. Blinding Rain is... I'm going to do this Thunderstorm for now. Oh. I am going to have to stop streaming soon. I have to get up and work tomorrow.
Tom Basie once said,
sleep too.
Celtic Duel is awesome.
Again, we're back to my brain thinks Midgard first and then tries to come up with comparisons. Yeah, Celtic Duel seems to be good once you get up a few levels. And I've got to learn that a little bit better. That was a good chunk there.
I like blunts on BM. They got that after parry style that has a 9-second stun.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to look at the weapon types too. I thought I would try the slash first and see what I think of it. But I'm going to go back and look at the styles as I get up and see which ones I might want to mix in there. Also, I don't know if we have the original styles here or if they've modified things.
I don't know how CELESTIUS is different from live. Yep.
Yeah, I don't know how it is different either, and I've read lists of it, but I can't keep it straight in my head. I read them for Atlas as well, and for Brotherlands 2, and they all get kind of mixed together because each one has a different view on things. So I don't know what they've changed here, but we'll find out. Okay. Oy. Let me check something here. Where do we want to go? There. Okay. I am going to sell, first off. I think I'm going to stop streaming for tonight because I've been at it for 4 hours and my brain is turning to some sort of moldy cheese. So just destroy that. So I think that I am going to stop. I would like to thank everybody who
GN.
came by. And I think that I will raid Dark Gentoo there. Why not? I haven't raided anybody in ages, so see if I can figure it out. Okay. Now I think I need to go to my page to finish that process. I don't do enough raids. So thanks very much. We'll see you next time, guys. And if you feel inclined, go watch Dark Gentoo for a bit. He seems like a nice guy. And we'll have a good night. Oh, that did not work. Just a second. Nope. Ah, there. Okay. There we go.